Indianapolis evokes strong emotions, memories, and feelings for any racing enthusiast, but the special factor ramps up quite a bit when you're talking about the greatest spectacle in racing. Whether it's IndyCar's finest, Castroneves, Foyt, Ray Hall, and others, or the sim heroes of the International Online Racing League, the Indy 500 is simply special, and every driver dreams of capturing checkers across the bricks in Speedway, Indiana. Hi, welcome to Pit Stop TV. I'm Manager Cardinale IV, joined this evening by Justin Urban, Zach Murtis, and Justin, thanks for joining me for the 13th running of the IORL Indy 500 tonight. We've seen triumph, we've seen spills, we've seen incredible saves and staggering crashes, but we've never been able to quite lock in on a perfect expectation for what we'll see in the Indy 500, and that's no different tonight.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Indianapolis is a special beast within itself. Hard to lock in a expectation when everything is so unpredictable about everything. The car, the track, anything is possible here. I mean, we've seen it in real life and in sim where it's kind of checkers or wreckers for the last 5 laps and everything just goes nuts. I mean, we could see an underdog win tonight. We just don't know.
Definitely a lot of unknowns always surround the brick-shaped brickyard, if you will, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 9.2 degrees of banking in each 4 of the corners here at Indianapolis, and the straightaways, the couple of chutes on each end. We're expecting, well, the Indy 500. You always have draft battles, you always have fuel mileage come into things, tire strategy. There's always so much that goes into winning at Indianapolis, no matter what car you bring here. But when you bring Indy cars, it gets that much more special, that much more complicated in some ways, and we'll see that in, well, in preview tonight, or I guess before us tonight. The standings coming into today, of course, this is part of the IORL season 13. And Zach, here's a look at our season standings coming into race 9 after race 8 of 18. Now, I want to specify there are 2 halves of this championship, and actually 3 championships total. One of them ends tonight. That is the Spring Cup. We'll talk more about that in a minute. But as far as the overall standings for the entire season, this is how things break down, Zach. And you can see Reed Sweeney on top of the standings absolutely should win the Spring Cup, but that could change. I believe we're paying double points. I could be mistaken on that, but regardless, you see the deficits here and all about the top 20. Reed Sweeney with a couple of wins up top. Matt Chubb in second with his own win, and Grant Palmer with a couple of wins. In fact, he won our most recent broadcast of the series at Michigan. He is 37 back, and it's a big difference all the way back to Spencer Ray, Nate Stewart, and Zach Buchanan to make up the rest of the top 6.
Yeah, you know, you're looking at the points, and you really got to think about, even if it isn't double points, it's still full send mode for Chubb going into tonight to win the Spring Cup. But if you're looking at double points, anyone in the top 4 could be mathematically still eligible for this championship.
Yeah, I do think for double points, anybody in the top 4 has a chance. Spencer Ray, a very long shot chance at that point. If we are only normal points for this race, really, you're only looking at Reed Sweeney and Matt Chubb. I think maybe through bonuses you can try and get Grant Palmer into that conversation, but I don't think that's going to work out for him. I really think we're talking about Reed Sweeney winning the Spring Cup and having a big jump on everybody going into the summer before the Fall Cup kicks off later on this year. Some long shots here that I want to talk about for the overall championship are certainly Adam Kreppen down there in the 9th spot, Bobby Krug in 8th actually, Blake Galloway, who's moved way up the order into 7th now before we head into our summer break. And then on the other side of the page, I think Cole Fralick, Corey Rexford, and Kyle Cuthbertson have to be in the conversation. Maybe even guys like Jordan Missig and Rick Ray Vaughn as we go on through the year. Speaking of that Spring and Fall Cup, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule for this Spring Cup, opening way back on March 2nd of 2022. We had coverage there, Justin, at Long Beach on the street circuit. We had coverage again at Michigan for race number 6, and now we're here for race number 9 for the Indianapolis 500. Quite a pretty good first half of the season. Long Beach, Chicago, Barber, Phoenix, Austin, Michigan, Texas, and then the 2 races here in Indianapolis. It's a pretty classic feeling and modern feeling IndyCar schedule.
Yeah, you said it. I love the mix that they have going on here, going straight from the streets of Long Beach directly into the heart of the Midwest for Chicagoland. And then you got Circuit of the Americas, you got Texas Motor Speedway, you have the Indianapolis Road Course that was just right before this. I mean, the mix is beautiful, and you got a little bit of everything. You got Phoenix being a small intermediate, Texas also being that, but then you got the Indy 500. Chicagoland's a big super speedway. It's a good schedule. I really like that.
Yeah, we've hit 4 big super speedways now with the addition of tonight. Chicagoland, as you mentioned there, Justin, and then as well as Michigan and Texas, back-to-back speedway races, separated by a week in between at least, but back-to-back races anyway, and then here at Indianapolis. So it was a kind of a slower start to the speedway racing, and then it's been very much draft fest racing, speedway racing up until this point, with the exception of 2 weeks ago on the road course here at Indianapolis. That's your Spring Cup, and practice is very much underway. Now, qualifying's already been set. We'll go through the lineup in just a few moments, of course, once we get to the grid. But practice is underway, and Scottless Rambler goes to the top of the board. And, Zach, one thing we know about car 57 is he's always quick in an IndyCar. He's showing that off tonight.
Absolutely. He's top of the board, about a little less than 2 minutes to go in practice. Now, looking at speed as a whole, it doesn't take just being fast in a straight line to Indianapolis to, well, in a sense, be fast. There are a lot of things to consider when coming to this racetrack. Aero on these cars is super sensitive. You look at when NASCAR comes here, they're big, heavy stock cars, and they punch holes through the air. Well, these things, they cut like a freaking knife. They are absolutely fast. And you got to watch out for the big aero push when getting real close to a car when you're following. It does make it real difficult when you're trying to run these races. I know from personal experience, as I'm sure does every other iRacer that has run the official iRacing Indy 500. And I will say, I feel like we're going to see a lot of wrecks tonight coming off of just people getting a little too pushy and a little too shovey when it comes to that aero push.
Let's go on board here with Timothy Bates, and you can see plenty of dials on the wheel, and I'm going to go back to Zach here on this one, actually. Adjustability is something that IndyCar drivers in sim are actually still relatively new to. For a long time in fixed setup races, you could not adjust the settings of the car further than brake bias, and now we have roll bar adjustments front and rear, and the weight jacker opened up for these drivers in a fixed setup race. What does that mean?
Well, in layman's terms, it's given us the ability to be able to have more freedom with the car with a fixed setup. Usually you weren't allowed to make any standard adjustments to the car when it came to a fixed setup race, and you had to be in an open setup race if you wanted to adjust these things. But with the added adjustments of the weight jacker and the roll bar, it allows us to actually free the car up a little bit. So it kind of, let me go back to that previous point of the aero push, it helps out when we're in the aero push. Like the weight jacker, you can adjust that a little bit, kind of loosen the car up. If you're a bit of a NASCAR fanatic, it's like a track bar adjustment or a wedge adjustment. With the roll bar, it helps with adjusting the weight, and when it comes to even the wings a little bit. And then you just got to find what works for you, what's going to help the handling of the car, and what's going to keep it fast going through these corners at Indianapolis.
32 cars tonight for the 13th running of the IORL Indianapolis 500. First off, want to hit the weather quickly. 72 degrees in the air, 97 degrees in the track, and 4-mile-per-hour winds out of the southwest. We'll talk more about that once we get going green flag racing tonight. But guys, let's go ahead and talk about our starting grid for this race on pole. And we will be lining up, I believe, just after the pace car rolls off, 3 wide as per usual. On pole, Nate Stewart in car number 4. Fastest in qualifying on day 1 even. Grant Palmer went second, Scottless Rambler third. That's your front row for the 13th running of the IORL. Got to get that one right. Indianapolis 500. Starting 4th tonight, Rick Ray Vaughn. Maybe, I'm sure Logan Detweiler will say, should have won last year. Back here again this year to give it a run for their money. Bryce Rodriguez, we know that name from NARL. He starts 5th. And Reed Sweeney, your points leader, will start from 6th place. Then it's Chris Walker, Corey Rexford, Bobby Krug, the next row in row number 3. And starting from row number 4, you find Stephen Ellis, let's see, Will Weiser, that's a new name for me, and Matt Chubb in the 12th spot.
And in 13th, you have Brendan Madonia. 14th, you got Spencer Ray. And 15th, you got Jordan Buster. 16th, you got Zach Buchanan. Starting 17th is Joey Bailey. 18th being Trey Patton. 19th, you got Dale Weiser. 20th, you got Blake Erickson. 21st, Thomas Weiner. I'll go with that. 22nd, you got Nate. Morgenthaler. 23rd, you got Andrew Maybach. And 24th, you got Jake Walsh.
Small discrepancy. Some drivers not able to make it tonight. Blake Galloway will fill the 24th spot as Maybach and Walsh move up.
And rounding out the back of the field in 25th, you've got Eric McCarthy in the 87, Timothy Bates in the 21 and 26th, and Josh Slate in the 01 in 27th. Rounding out the back 2 rows, you've got William Avery in the 16, Matt Walters in the 50, Cole Freilich in the 15, and then your very last row of the field. But you never know, they might come up to the front. You've got Kyle Cuthbertson. I'm apologizing if I butchered that name. And then in 32nd, Matt Skipper, the 33rd place car, was not able to start the race.
Still, 32 cars in this field is rather large. We're going to have a big field of cars tonight, as always. You can see Nate Stewart in the field giving the pace car just a bit of space there so the pace car can roll down to the safety of pit lane and leave these guys to what they do best, and that is going fast, particularly in excess of 230 miles per hour for 500 miles. The IORL Indianapolis 500 is ready to begin right before your eyes. Strap in, as Larry Mack would say, pull those belts tight one more time. We're racing at Indianapolis. The first half lap at Indianapolis goes complete. Nate Stewart leading, Grant Palmer second. They're going to swap down to turn number 1. Palmer on the outside. Down the front stretch of Indianapolis, 1 lap will go complete. Grant Palmer and Nate Stewart locked in battle. You see the entire field head down to the start-finish line to wrap this first one up, Justin. Most of the field getting single file. We've still got, of course, hours of racing to go as Nate Stewart drops into that second spot behind Grant Palmer.
Yeah, as you said, you got a long race to go here. Battling for position might not be the smartest decision to do in this early stage of the race. What you would really want to do is get into your rhythm, get behind someone, save fuel, save your tires, because everything is a factor at Indianapolis. Every little detail matters, and if you can save that just little bit of fuel, that little bit of tires, it can make the world of a difference down the line.
Just looking through the field, you've already started to see some of the drivers really just started getting into their rhythm, as it seems like we got one car going down the access road.
William Avery pitted off the start. He will come back out behind the entire field. Not sure what's gone on there. Potentially, as that camera goes haywire as car has passed it, potentially a pass and go for the start of the race. Not entirely sure for Will Avery, but he's back onto the track now. Grant Palmer leading the way up ahead in car number 30, and he's already down to complete lap number 3. You can see him dancing around. What they're doing here, as you'll know, Zach, but what they're doing for anybody who's not used to this, is snaking down the straightaway to break the draft. And you'll even see it in NASCAR races at Daytona and Talladega, the super speedways, even some of the more intermediate speedways now with the cars that they are. They break the draft on the straightaways, trying to get themselves that little bit of an advantage. Now you can see Nate Stewart staying to the high side, as Randall was anticipating him to go low. Stewart's not concerned yet about the draft from Grant Palmer. He's doing his own thing.
Yeah, it's very common, especially in Indianapolis, when it comes to these big tracks with the Indy cars. Like I said, they punch a hole through the air like a knife. And snaking on the straightaway is very common. I assure all the viewers you're going to see this a lot throughout the race. Sometimes drivers choose to stay on the outside, per your point, either by mistake because they aren't able to follow. They don't know that
one car spinning in the back. Trey Patton around. And T-Pat will nose it into the fence and shear off the front wing. But otherwise, he's okay. Only the left side of the wing goes away, and the apex action number 66 is in trouble. Let's go ahead and get our first replay of the evening. T-Pat now out of Mooresville, North Carolina, of course, claims Kentucky as home and always will, but not a great start for this one. See what happens to him.
We're rolling here on the roll bar. Just enters the corner normally. It's pretty early to be dipping your tires below that white line, though.
A little bobble there into 4, and the car just steps out on him. Likely, I'd imagine, running a little too much weight jacker as the car just gets a little bit loose up out of the corner. It looks like as it transferred weight into the corner, it just got unsettled. And Justin, that's never how you want to start a 500-mile race.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, it can really shake your confidence as a driver when you spin this early in a big cornerstone race of the season. It'll be interesting to see what he can do to come back, if he's able to come back at all. I'm not sure about the repairability of these Dallara chassis. We're just gonna have to see about that.
They do thankfully get wings replaced rather easily. There's been an issue now for Chris Walker out of Michigan, car 23 with a lot of damage. Let's see if we can go back and find a view of what happened to him. Watch the black and green 23. He was in a lot of these battles up front, and Justin, again, not how you want to start your race, and into pit lane on lap 7. 2 replays of early incidents that do not bring out full course yellows. Walker on the top side of nearly 3 wide.
Yeah, no, that's just what I was saying earlier, where settling in is probably the biggest thing you want to do in a big 200 lap race, especially at a tricky track like Indianapolis. I mean, to most viewers, it might be, oh, he had a little bit of help there.
Oh, and he collected one car, 2 cars there. I'm surprised that wasn't the yellow. Involved in this as well are Timothy Bates in the 21, and there was one other car, Thomas Winter out of Carolina for D-Line Racing.
Thomas was the one that initialized that contact, didn't realize how close he was to the car in front of him. Man, yeah, how that wasn't a caution, I'll never know, but otherwise we stay green. Yeah, but getting all wily out in the first 10 laps of this race, it's not really the smartest decision. However, sometimes that's just how it goes. To the normal viewer, Indianapolis might just look like a rectangle, but each corner has its own dips, dives, bumps. It's very, very tricky to get a solid line through here.
And, you know, looking at that wreck just a little bit, thinking on it, back to my previous point that I'm going to be bringing up a lot, it seemed like there was a little bit of aero push going on, and, you know, it just, the cars, when they get super close and they just start pushing, it's super easy to get into the wall and make contact, and you got to roll out of that throttle real easy, and if you're not out of it, maybe using a little bit of brake, you're going to smack that wall, and it's going to be a little bit difficult to try and get that car rolling solid the rest of the race. Even just a little bit of contact with the wall with these open wheel cars can knock the toe or the camber out, and it just makes it super difficult. You can replace that front wing, you can replace that rear wing, but that toe, even with the optional damage, it's never going to be able to get fixed. So in my honest opinion, there should really be a little more single file, as kind of like the front 10 are at the moment.
We're seeing a lot of single file through the field now as the entire field works by our camera here in turn number 4. Single file all the way through so far, and it'll take a little while for us to get used to some of these paint schemes. A lot of these teams are unrolling special ones for tonight, although I did see one that I recognize, and that's Cole Freilich back here. Does not have a win yet this season, but he's always aggressive in these speedway races. We saw that at Michigan earlier on this year, and if he's able to narrow up this gap to Eric McCarthy and some of those guys ahead, he's definitely the one to go for things. But I also noticed he might have just doored somebody in that incident in 1 and 2, and it seems like he might be a little bit off pace. He's definitely got a lot of angle in the wheel down the straightaway here, Justin, and I know stock cars, that's normal, but in Indy cars, you only want a little bit of that. That's a lot of wheel to have in it down the straightaway. I think something's a little bit wrong for car 15.
Actually, with the Indy cars at Indianapolis specifically, they like to have the steering wheel cocked to the right a little bit, because it's not a normal steering wheel as you were able to see on the in cars. You grab it with both your hands, and it's basically like a brick almost, highly technical brick nonetheless. So they also use it as a kind of a marker on how much they need to turn in. So possibly that's just how the car is just set up. If it is damage, I was reading his speed. It looked like he was a little bit slow as compared to possibly the rest of the field running single file or even solo. So whether it being damage or he's just off pace, I have no idea at this point.
No, you do need to remember, back to the previously talking in the pre-race, we talked about how there are new adjustments that you can make to fix setups with these cars. One of the new things we didn't cover was the engine map modes. Map 1 being the lowest, you can use the most horsepower out of the car. when you need to and when you want to. But on the downside, you burn the most fuel. Engine map 8, a little bit less horsepower, actually a lot less horsepower, and you burn less fuel. So you might see some of these drivers right now trying to do a little bit of strategy as we see someone go purple. That would be the 46 at Ellis. You might see some drivers using a little bit of strategy right now for maybe a little bit more racy time in the later stages of the race when they have more fuel or even less fuel to burn, depending on what map they're using.
Grant Palmer still leading as we're a few laps into this race now. 14, in fact. Let's go on board with Reed Sweeney and talk about weather for this 200-lapper. Air temp still around 72, 73. That should stay about the same, but it may go up just a little bit as the afternoon wears on here. Track temp 91 degrees. That is warm. That is a little on the toasty side, but it shouldn't be anything these drivers can't handle. Sure, we'll see some elevated tire wear maybe as a result of his Thomas Wenner has a bit of an issue, and he is turned around. Oh boy, this is in turn 4, it looks like. We'll see if he can get back going. No, a yellow will fly as Cole Freilich also has trouble out of turn 4. One car diving into the apron, nearly pit road to pass him. But weather shouldn't be too big of a factor for these guys. It seems like it's a relatively calm day here in Indianapolis. Big problems here for cars 15 and 69.
Yeah, some trouble over the opening stages of this race, just as drivers were starting to settle into their rhythms. Let's just take a look and see exactly what happened here. So they're just going down the backstretch.
Well, check this out. In turns 3 and 4, we're going to see Thomas Wenner lose it first on the bottom side of the track. There he goes, right there. The car gets loose. He spins, and then watch Cole Freilich here.
Oh boy,
same thing.
Yeah.
2 full separate incidents. Both the same issue, though.
And they're running side by side into 3 and 4. It seems like these guys are a little on the loose side. I don't think that's the track. I mean, we've seen hotter Indianapolis 500s in real life without too much issue. This car seems a little more free this year. Definitely the fixed setup that the league has rolled with is on the free side.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it. However, going into 3, it just looked like dirty air was the issue there. It just they got a little too close getting over that little hump coming out of turn 3 into the short chute to 4. Dirty air will suck that right rear right around on you, and it happens in a split second. There's nearly no time to save it. And then as for coming onto the straightaway, probably roughly the same type of thing.
Just remember, though, as we continue on in the race, it's going to be a lot more difficult to pass, even when it comes to the outside line, when the marbles start coming in, and the drivers are going to start getting loose on the outside as well.
Pit stops this first time around, and a lot of these guys going to try and cover up for fuel purposes. You can see the entire field coming on in. And just a few cars staying out. The lead lap cars staying out are Matt Chubb, Zach Buchanan. A lot of lap down cars that lost spots early in today's race, taking the option to, stay out, obviously, and wait for the second lap to pit. There's Nate Stewart, pole sitter for this race, and he will peel off first, but just get beat out by Grant Palmer.
It will be definitely interesting to see what kind of strategies these drivers are taking. Andrew, do they happen to have a set tire limit, or is it an unlimited amount?
10 sets, 10 change sets for these guys, so technically 11 sets out there.
Okay. Well, I mean, for the guys who are kind of back in the pack, not necessarily having clean air, it could be slightly beneficial to take a set of tires here. But it could be also beneficial to save those for later in the race when a crucial caution might come out in the latter half of this race. So it'll be interesting to see who might or might not have taken tires on this.
It comes down really to the handling of the car when you want to talk about tires. You could think pitting with 10 to go and taking tires would be great. Usually with aerodynamics at this track, sometimes it would be a little bit of a detriment. But, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how some of these cars react when the older tires and the newer tires start to mix in with each other. We do have some lead lappers that stayed out, so it is going to be interesting to see how they react with their tires being about 17, 18 laps older.
Chubb was one of them, but he is dropping to the rear now for some issue. He's in neutral. I wonder if he put the car in neutral and can't get him back out. You rarely see an Indy car go into neutral. They don't actually have onboard clutches, but this is very, very odd.
What can happen in iRacing, even though they don't have an onboard clutch, if you have a 3-pedal set, you can still map the clutch to it.
Right, I just know sometimes when you're over a certain speed, it's hard to get it back into gear with certain cars, and it's hard even to get it into neutral in the first place. It seems like he's back into 6th gear here, but experiencing some kind of issue. And
he's peeling off.
He's coming down the pit lane. I am very concerned here that he might have shut the car off and can't get it to restart. I mean, it says it's 300 RPMs, but something's not right.
Oh, he's back in neutral. He
just had it. He had just gotten it when he took the tow. Oh my goodness.
Seems like he's gotten it refired in the pits, though.
Yeah. So, well, of course, the pit still started back up for you. They have the starter virtually get you back rolling. Single file restarts is going to be fun with these guys. We are coming to the green flag this time. Pace car lights have been shut off. Zach Buchanan now your race leader, Grant Palmer second, Nate Stewart third, then Rick Ravon, Scott Listram, Reed Sweeney, Bryce Rodriguez in the 7th spot, then Stephen Ellis, Corey Rexford, and Bobby Krug. After those early spins, Trey Patton is 28th. Let's see, I'm looking for Chris Walker. He is 31st. And Thomas Wenner is in the 25th spot. They all had a chance to pit there, but only Wenner opted to do so. As they work down through the second shoot on the racetrack in turn number 4 as well. Let's go ahead and bring up our fan cams for this restart, guys. Zach Buchanan on point. The pace car will head down to the safety of pit lane, and we will restart on lap 19 of 200. Still a whole lot of time to go in this running of the IORL Indianapolis 500. Waiting on that green flag. And
they waved off the start.
Yep, they sure did.
It looks like word from race control is that they have extended the caution by 1 lap.
I think they're working to get Matt Chubb back in the lineup.
Well, that's awfully gracious of them.
We've
Yeah,
seen
I'm
them
hoping
do that
that
kind of
he
thing
can get back
before.
moving.
Usually it's when an admin has to go review something. This might be just to let him have this issue. Obviously, something happened with the car itself.
At this point, you really got to think about, is it an iRacing issue that they're just giving Chubb back, or are we just having a lineup issue or something like that?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Could be a technical issue with his setup. Looked like he blipped the throttle a little bit, judging on that overlay. We have to see if he gets up and running again.
He's up on the jack now.
The difficult part is we really don't know. Well, yeah, he's rolling now.
Let's see if he can shift.
That should be an issue. He should have out of the pit lane. But the difficult thing with those kind of situations is we really don't know until, well, it plays out in front of us. So we're just have to kind of wonder until it actually happens. But it looks like we should be all good to go. And these guys should get back rolling. Now, I do want to apologize to those of you that maybe are coming over from Facebook. Seems like Facebook is experiencing some technical difficulties and is being rather difficult for us to set up. But we are working on it. I say we're working on it. I'm working on it on my other monitor. So I'm trying to get Facebook up as quickly as possible. But looks like Chubb will tag on to the back end of the field. I wonder then if we go green this time as Buchanan leads us. And yes, the pace car pulls off. We will go to our fan cams and get ready for the first restart of the race. Single file up on the wall. Lap 19 gives way to lap 20. We're just about a 10th of the way into the show. A half lap complete into turn number 3, and it's Grant Palmer over Nate Stewart behind the one car that stayed out. Well, it is actually the one car, Zach Buchanan, as we complete this first lap. And we'll officially go 10% of the way into this race. Quarter lap's complete.
And there's one thing you got to remember. You still have 179 laps left. It is a very long distance. On that restart, it looked like Zach got a really good start while Grant and Nate were nearly duking it out in 1 and 2. And then looks like just spread apart, and it looks like Grant Palmer's just closing in on Zach Buchanan.
Looking on, Buchanan seems to be well in control of the field, even on old tires, as you see him snaking on the front stretch. Palmer is closing that gap. He's down to a 10th. So, you know, he's, as you can see with how the Indy cars are, you can take a different line going through the corners to try and disturb the air a little bit better. You don't really want to try to run directly close behind someone going through the corners. It does upset the car a little bit more. And as you can see, he was up to 2/10 going through turn 2, but going into 3, he's almost down to a little bit less than a 10th. It's going to be interesting to see as the race goes on. I believe Palmer is on new tires. Am I wrong?
Yes, Palmer pitted. Everybody aside from Chubb, and well, I guess Chubb got an opportunity to pit there. Everybody aside from Zach Buchanan pitted. So that yellow car that's leading is the only car on old tires right now.
Yeah, and there's one thing that Zach has over Grant with the new tires. Zach has the clean air. So as he is running his course, Palmer is just fighting that car the whole way through the corners, just trying to keep his momentum up. And that was one thing I wanted to say earlier, was that one key thing to Indianapolis is momentum. If you get off your line and lose your speed, it is hard to either defend or even get back to where you were in your battle. So battling with that dirty air is something that these drivers really need to keep their minds on, while also worrying about tires and fuel and where the other guys are. It's a whole enigma, just trying to comprehend what you need to do here.
And that's also why we have different tricks that we can utilize in the car when drivers are trying to follow with that dirty air being a thing. Some things you can do is the downshift to 5th. A lot of drivers tend to do that as a preference, myself included actually. It's just, you know, going into the corner, you downshift into 5th so you can get the car to roll a little bit better. It's got a little more RPMs and it's got a little more wheel spin to it. Some just try to stay in 6th gear, adjust the weight jacker and the roll bars. Some just try a different line so they're not really being disturbed too much by the dirty air. But I will say Buchanan on old tires doing a great job defending that position, being in the clean air. As you know, looking through the field, we are starting to get a bit spread out as Chubb actually goes fastest, trying to work his way back up. Oh, yellow's out. Wreck off of 2.
So an issue further back, it looks like Corey Rexford out of Uxbridge, Massachusetts, with his shoes in the orange 03 this year. And the Rexford Engineering Chevrolet will find its place in line and get back after it. It looks like finally we're able to get Facebook sorted, and that should go live momentarily. So if you've come over from Facebook and that's where you want to watch this broadcast, you should now be able to do so. We apologize for the inconvenience there. Corey Rexford here was racing with car 21, it looks like. Timothy Bates at the time of issue. Very close out of 1, in through 2, and it looks like the orange 03 is on his own. Just oversteps, gets loose, and very lucky not to have a kind of classic IndyCar crash there out of turn 2, Zach, where you either hit the outside wall or the inside wall pretty hard.
Oh, he got incredibly lucky right there. I honestly thought the car was going to come around. He was going to put that right rear right into the wall. But an absolute amazing job with the car control, making sure it stays off the wall. You saw him throttle up just a little bit as we look on board here. Yeah, going through 2, you see the bobble. And then going through 2, you see him gas it up right there, max it out in 5th gear, get down to 1st, lock the brakes, and just an amazing job not damaging that car. I'm very impressed.
So Rexford gets back going. And he will almost guaranteed pit during this yellow. I saw a question out in the chat. We do not have soft and hard tires for this race. Ovals in IndyCar, they don't have the option, but the fun thing about it is road courses, they actually give drivers and teams those options, and that carries over from real life. It's a very new thing for iRacing to include, but thankful that we have that option now. As Buchanan will pit from the race lead. It looks like Blake Galloway will follow him. Scott List Rambler as well, and a slew of cars back here, likely topping off on fuel. Including
topping up on fuel would be a smart decision for the people who it might have already gotten the tires from the last caution, or even if you still want to keep your tires from the original start, get the fuel in, because what you need to do is get fuel mileage around this track. Just making sure you can get enough fuel in your car to get just enough laps to make it to the end.
Looks like tires for most of these guys. My theory then on that one, Zach, might be that most of those guys were weave rounds potentially, or only took fuel the first stop trying to save a set of tires, and now that we're closer to 30 laps in, closer to a fuel number, they take tires and just go ahead and get that set used.
I'm going to go with that second theory that they were saving tires and
well, I know Patton didn't pit on that last stop, actually. I think he was a wave around and just now had an opportunity to actually take tires.
Well, then that does give him a bit of an advantage moving forward. I mean, if I was in Trey's spot, I would absolutely just pit fuel, get the car rolling as quickly as possible. He did have a wing he had to fix as well, so it did make it a little bit difficult in the aspect of trying to take tires. So, you know, looking on, I'm pretty sure that a lot of these guys decided, let's just take fuel. We took tires already. We're going to save a set and, you know, see where the race goes from there.
As these guys work through under yellow on lap 27 of 200. Revisiting the weather, the track is heating up. Now, the session was set to begin the race at just about noon. 12 o'clock, straight up and down, as the race tries to go, the real race tries to start at, 12:30. So trying to match whatever real life does with the Indianapolis 500. And in the process of doing that, that means we're going to get a hotter track as this race goes on. The peak temperature should be right around the checkered flag. Justin, that means we're going to have pretty hot tires most of this race. It's only going to get hotter and hotter. Now you can see these guys maybe getting a little bit of cloud cover, not running as fast, so the track temp is coming down a little bit, but those temps will go right back up once we go back green.
Yeah, with hotter track comes a slicker racing surface. So going through the corners on a hot track it makes it a little bit more uncontrollable, a little bit more unpredictable. It can make it understeer or can make it oversteer if you enter the corner wrong. And with being even hotter than it is now near the end of the race, it's going to be an interesting combination to see the lightness of fuel coming in the late stages, as well as the worn out tires if they choose to run a set throughout their final fuel run. And it'll just be all over the place, especially with the dirty air added on top of that. These guys definitely have a handful.
Don't forget, as the race goes on, like I said earlier, we're going to get a lot of marbles on the outside of the track. So these cars are going to get real touchy if you try to pass on the outside. So slick tires, slick track, marbles on the outside. It's going to make it a little tricky.
You can see 2 cautions so far in this race for 5 laps, and we will get a chance to watch these guys restart one more time. Lap 28 will give way to lap 29, and Grant Palmer leads us down into the green. The field stacking up and going low in the back, 3-4 wide. Hopefully no issues back there. One car seems to be very slow, and yeah, yellow flag immediately. That's getting called back. Go back and see if we can't find out what happened there coming to the green. Something around the midfield just goes terribly wrong with whatever these guys were trying to do. I saw a pink car, and I think that might have been Spencer Ray. Now, I think he causes this. No, not really. Oh, he gets hit. He gets monster trucked there by the car behind him, and I believe that might have been Will White. No, it was somebody else. It's that blue car that's in the middle there, and I believe that is Blake Erickson that ran him over.
It was definitely quite the stack up.
Yeah, sometimes that just happens on those restarts coming up to the green flag. One person tries to get up to the person ahead of them, and as you can see, it just caught him off guard. It's the accordion effect. It's kind of the same thing as stop and go traffic, but at 75, 80 miles per hour.
Seems like the checkup started a little bit before them, though.
And that's a classic single-file restart. We used to see that in NASCAR all the time, and we still do in IndyCar. And we can try and find where this stack-up actually begins. The blimp cam one more time here might show us. This is way high up, and you can kind of figure it out, maybe. There's a gap behind that black and yellow car, and then the blue car, yeah, it accordions with that. Whoever that black and yellow car is, I believe... Actually, is that Jake Walsh? No, that was Jake Walsh in the black and yellow car. The blue car behind him is the one that checked up to let him get his bearings. And
that was the 51 of Bobby Krug, I believe it was.
Yep, sure was. Watch us play out. And yeah, Krug is going to check up here in a second, and that just checks everybody else up behind him. And the field wasn't expecting that. They were pretty much in the restart zone, ready to hit the gas. And now we're seeing a second round of pit stops for these guys. Those guys might have gotten a little bit of contact. Krug is in. Ray goes up on the jacks. Erickson goes up on the jacks. Oh, boy. Here comes Patton back in the pit lane.
A lot of cars coming in for repairs.
Well, and even beyond that, this is a big fuel number. 30 laps the distance per fuel tank. This is right where you would want to pit under green. So yeah, Patton comes back in for fuel. These guys know just how much fuel plays into this 500-mile race. It's very important to come in and top off.
Easily, this could make or break your race at some point. You choose to not come in on a caution, even just to get that last little gallon of gas. It could make the difference of 5-10 laps, you know, towards the end of the race when all the leaders are deciding, we didn't pit on one caution. We got to get back down pit road. We're not going to make it on fuel. Top off for fuel. Pop it in engine map 8 while you're riding under caution. If you have it mapped, push that clutch pedal in, or even shut the engine off. Do what you got to do. It's only lap 30, but it's never too early to start saving fuel.
Pace car lights have been extinguished one more time, and I wonder if this was counted as a separate yellow. Yes, it was. As soon as we got racing, technically racing, a yellow was thrown there. So 3 cautions now for 7 laps. We'll get a chance to restart this time. Only 2 lead changes, both as a result of cautions, as Buchanan took it over under yellow and gave it back up under yellow. The field exits turn number 4. Grant Palmer in control. Rick Ray Vaughn, second place. Then Reed Sweeney, Nate Stewart, Stephen Ellis, Bryce Rodriguez, Brennan Madonia, Jake Walsh, Joey Bailey, Eric McCarthy, your top 10. And we get the green flag. This time it will stick. Big gaggle of cars here just to the back end of the top 10. Bryce Rodriguez is part of it. The first side-by-side, in fact, with Joey Bailey. They battle down the backstretch, and our leaders start to draft around. They start to find out where they need to go. A move to the inside. Ray Vaughn to the point of Indianapolis.
Yeah, and now as we're coming down to the famous Brickyard line, it's a complete lap 31. Yeah, new leader. Got 27 car coming down the pit lane. Rodriguez. Wonder what happened with him.
Rodriguez and Walker both down the pit lane. Rick Ray Vaughn continues to lead. Issues for them. I wonder if maybe they're still trying to play the fuel game and just didn't think to do it under yellow.
Yeah, that's very possible. With they just saw a lot of the other people coming in. They're like, oh, maybe we should have done that. So, but they just didn't have time before the green flag dropped. So those two back into the pits. Still unknown as to why.
Well, now you're looking at a big deficit. Pitting under yellow, you're not going to lose too much time. Pitting under green, you're losing almost a full lap at Indianapolis. There's not the biggest chance you go a lap down the closer you are.
Yeah,
Might-
31
reason.
seconds in box. Yeah, that is definitely damage.
Chris
Could've been
Walker's still
from the
there.
Restart.
So they come in
yeah.
for damage repairs, and multiple battles across the racetrack. Let's try and pick up this one. This is Jake Walsh and Joey Bailey. Now Brennan Madonia going to have a shot at Jake as the exit turn for Madonia in the red and white car 49 on board of the mirror.
Yeah, and with the racing line and the dirty air, so on screen you're seeing a lot of guys taking different lines here. Some of them way up higher when they're chasing someone, as we have a look to the inside going into turn 3. He's going in there. Oh, that was really close. Was to
That
Jake
was
Walsh.
very close.
Jake Walsh taking that inside line. That was a late look, but he was there. Who was that? Bailey that was in front of him?
Yeah, Joey Bailey in car 18. That was very close. Let's go back here to Will Wise. Actually, let's go to Cole Freilich and Matt Skipper, two of the younger drivers in this series, both with connections to the state of Florida. These two, battling for 11th on the racetrack. I mentioned Freilich being one of the more aggressive drivers in this series. Justin, if he's able to get up there and start making some moves, we could see car 15 go forward quick.
Yeah, we're just going to have to see how that happens. I'm just going to keep referring to it, so I hope people bear with me on this. It's all about that strategy and trying to keep your car clean for these 200 laps. We've seen incidents with drivers, Cole, I believe, being one of them. We're just going to have to see how this plays out, and right now it just kind of seems like he's getting into a rhythm. And now as we switch to the 11 car, he's just... Everyone's starting to go single file
Problems.
now.
Eric McCarthy in the wall.
Ooh, that's a hard lick.
Cars scattering, debris everywhere across the backstretch, and yeah, McCarthy's been in the wall rather hard. He's still on the fence trying to sort this out. You can see the suspension damage there. As
Ooh, I
what's
don't know.
weird
if
is
they're gonna
his wheel is locked straight right now. That's bizarre.
That possibly might be a netcode issue with us to the race room, or that could just be the tire messing about, because it looks like it's shaking the camera.
Well, that is
a lot.
the damage, but I'm surprised that the wheel is for some reason.
Yeah.
The wheel is perfectly straight right now. That is very confusing.
Don't take me out now, Doc. I can still race.
Don't tell me McCarthy's on a controller. He's not touching the stick right now.
Well, he might just have.
No,
might
there
just
is
have
steering
wheel
input
off.
for some reason. That wheel is not. I mean, if you go to another car, you can see their steering angle. I don't know why, but McCarthy's car is not returning us a steering. That is the most bizarre thing I've ever seen.
All right, well, let's take a look and see what happened with him.
Might be a little more bizarre than you think.
Quite possibly.
Let's see. McCarthy is that blue car with a yellow top. He's just ahead of the black and blue 57 of Scotland's Rambler. Rambler with a run on the outside. And through turn 2, McCarthy just goes up the track. Rambler's there, and they both crash.
Just
That looks like it's a, it's the dark art of aerodynamics that played into that one. Looked like
It's-
McCarthy got a little bit loose and then slammed into the car behind him.
Well, there's steering angle there. I really wonder if maybe there's a nuance with this steering angle. Maybe after suspension damage doesn't return a steering angle. We'll watch this one more time. The 57 just absolutely gets blindsided by this Rambler, nowhere to go.
you know,
That actually
what
looked like
his
he bobbled.
wheel might have disconnected.
It looks like he bobbles, but what's interesting is he was still able to shift. I wonder if he's got a sequential stick shifter. But he was able to steer even after the fact. But when he came into the pit lane, there was steering, and this is really odd.
Just going through the corner, it looked like he just went straight. When you really look at it, got onboard right here. Yeah, he's just coming straight.
Yeah. That could have been a wheel disconnect.
And you see Scott here in the 57. He looks like there's no wheel input there either.
I think that's a nuance maybe of just once a car catches suspension damage, it stops reporting wheel input. Let's see from McCarthy one more time. In fact, let's go from this angle. This should really show us. It looks like maybe the car starts to step out, as we've seen so much today, and he tries to catch it, and right in between there, it just goes at the racetrack. Let's see.
Rolling through the short chute. He's just pushing,
He just got
pushing.
tight.
Yeah.
Might have gotten into some of those marbles.
One of the things we've been talking about, the marbles, the aero push, it's highly effective in these cars, and you know, it's it can be race ending, as we've just seen.
A relatively calm pit lane this time, but only because the top 8 stay out. Nate Stewart, the first car to come in and take service. Rick Ravon followed. Then Grant Palmer, Reed Sweeney, Jake Walsh, and many, many others. One car coming in this time, it looks like. Is that Weiser? Yes, it is. Dale Weiser in car 25. I'd imagine he'll be relatively lonely in the pits this time, as he's going to go all the way to the rear of the field with this pit on the second lap of caution. Avery in the pit lane, the only car out of this race at the moment, or at least off. I don't think he's completely out. Maybe he is completely out. Looks like he's disconnected. There is one other car that I saw in the pits, but I couldn't identify who. As now it looks like that was Scottless Ramler, yes. Ramler will get back out there in the McConey Speed Shop, number 57. Actually, he's coming into the box. He's in stall number 3, so he's coming in for service.
And he was the one involved in that wreck. Yep. So, surprising that they could get that car fixed in that short a time frame.
They do have one fast repair.
Oh, I was not aware of this. That makes a lot more sense now. All right.
That one quick repair doing a whole lot for these guys. Now, there's a lot that can be fixed. Usually suspension damage, once you get it, Zach, that's it. You have it for the rest of the race. There are some parts that can be fixed, swapped out. What can just absolutely be swapped out every time is the wings. You lose the front and rear wing, the nose cone can be swapped out. You can get those replaced. Side pods, not usually. You'd have to use a fast repair for that, I do believe. But the wings can be replaced easily, though sometimes suspension damage can be fixed. And engine damage, you get that, you likely have it for the rest of the race.
Absolutely. The main suspension damage isn't exactly fixable. You might have your car towed out for the rest of the race, so you might just have to deal with it. But the wings should absolutely be an easy fix, as I believe we are getting ready to go back to the green flag racing.
That we are. Now on the front stretch here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Zach Buchanan in control into the restart zone, and lap 40 will begin with a new green flag here in the Indianapolis 500 rather, 200 laps, but 500 miles. Some onboards here through the field. One car slow. That is Matt Skipper directly ahead of Jordan Buster. Buster will make the pass for 17th. Now Ray and Wenner going after it. This is for 5th.
Yeah, seeing a car skip off that wall. Hopefully there's no, as we were just saying, any toe damage. Every little thing will make a difference here, as we see more battles in front of that car that just skipped the wall. That would be...
Skipper on the wall at a 2. Matt Chubb, I want to make note of this guy. Remember, he had the issue with the transmission a little bit ago, got it fixed through an iRacing tow to the pit lane, and got back out there as Wenner is a bit slow, loses a spot on a 2. I guess he's okay, but Chubb back into the top 3. This is big, Zach, especially after an issue like that where you have to come in pit and get whatever was done, get whatever sorted out, and have to go back to the field like that.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to bring this up a little bit sooner in the race. About lap 20, he was on pit road with that damage or whatever was going on with his car. And by about lap 35, he was up to about 20th. And it's actually really nice to see that he's rebounding nicely. And hopefully he's able to pick it up and get back through the field a little bit more. He's up to 3rd, 2nd off the leader. It's all well and good. He was able to make a very nice rebound.
A little further back in the field, Justin, here's a battle with Steven Ellis and Cole Freilich. Ellis, one of the big members, in fact, one of the top runners in Monday Night Racing, coming back into IORL for a few races this season. And he just tried to get to the inside of Freilich, didn't work out. Now he's back into the clutches of Brennan Mondoni, actually.
Yeah, it looked like he just got a little bit loose, sticking his tires underneath that white line going into 3. He caught it, thankfully, and now he is... Seems like he has lost the position.
Oh, winner in the wall. And this should be a yellow.
He's still rolling. They might keep it green here.
This has got to be a yellow at some point. This is unsafe to have this car with this damage on the racetrack. He gets down to the bottom. They might let it go green now. Rexford's slow. He's been in the fence.
Better get that car to the access road.
Yeah, Rexford's car is bent. You can see he's steering left on a straightaway. His car's bent. Wow.
It's a very hard luck to the wall.
Yeah, it looks like that right rear has been knocked out of alignment there.
Right front looked a little knocked out as well. Now that you look at it a little bit, as he makes the dive down the pit road.
That just actually might be the setup camber.
I think more that the steering input is, if the right rear's out, is, oh, Jake Walsh and Cole Freilich problems. This is a yellow.
Well, that's a very hard luck right there.
Ooh.
We were just talking about Cole.
Oh. Yeah. Well, caution on lap 44. Let's take a look.
Once again, this will be 2 separate issues. Walsh was a couple of cars ahead of Freilich. He was here with Timothy Bates in car 21. Oh, man. Handling issues, the name of the game. Here for the 13th running of the IORL Indianapolis 500. And Walsh on the bottom side of the racetrack just gets loose. And we'll go for a spin.
Line. It's the white line. Oh.
That's the classic wall to hit right in front of traffic. Thankfully gets missed.
Ooh. Good reactions by the rest of the field there.
Freilich had his own spin here, Zach.
Yeah.
We'll see it here in a second.
Might have just been another... he might have just been reacting to what was going on in front of him and was just trying to avoid.
Freilich out of Kentucky. We'll see an incident, well, the beginning of his spin here in the short chute. Out of turn 1, he gets tight up the racetrack and just kisses the wall into the corner. And now, maybe subject to a little bit of damage, maybe something just handling, the car comes around on him. Thankfully, he gets loose and does not suffer the fate of that car ahead.
That was a little lucky. I think he was just trying to check up for what was going on in front of him, but he made the mistake of doing it in the corner, which in turn snapped the rear end of the car around a little bit.
What could have happened there was I'm sorry, I'm not doing very good with cars here. Who was the first spin again?
Walsh.
With Walsh spinning in front of him, it could have been that the hole that Walsh created while spinning, because it being sideways, could have just punched a bigger air and took air off of Freilich's wings and made him spin out that way too. Or it could have just been the tag in the wall.
He might have knocked a couple of degrees of toe out hitting the wall, but I really think the bottoms of these corners are just hooking these guys around. Of course, when you touch an apron on a stock car, at least a conventional stock car, it's like putting wedge into it, right? Or taking wedge out when you put half the car on the flat. There is a little bit less banking, a little bit less grip on the apron here, even though it's paved. I guess not even the apron, the little bits of curbing there on the insides of the corners. So if you get down there, it can absolutely loosen the car up, as we're seeing, and there's more bumps down towards the bottom of the racetrack. I think that's really just upsetting these cars. And, these aren't ground effect cars by any means that F1 now has or that NASCAR is trying to move towards, but you do still need a stable flow of air over and under the car. So if you're jostling around, going over bumps like that, it's disturbing the flow of air across the car and under the car, and that's disturbing downforce.
Yeah, that is exactly right. Going back to your stock car, with NASCAR's running here, dipping your front left tire underneath that white line into that gray area, pardon the pun, it actually could help the car turn, especially with the last gens being the Gen 6s. Those really benefited from that on a longer run. Now with the Gen 7s, we have yet to see any of that. However, with these Indy cars, they are precisely tuned machines for speed. They are very dependent, even with the reduced aero package they have here, they are very dependent on the aero that goes, as you said, underneath and above the car. So any little change in the air pressure underneath there can really upset the whole balance and feel of the car throughout that corner. And not to mention just how bumpy some of these turns after the short shoots. If you don't set that up right, you get one little thing wrong, you hit a bump wrong, it upsets everything, and that's where you're seeing a lot of these cars spinning, going up into the wall.
A lot of them might be just a little bit too high with the weight jacker, or maybe something with the wings right now. I will say, one of the things you do want to be doing when it comes to the restarts, you do not want to have that weight jacker up past maybe 0 or 1. If you want to keep it in 1, that's totally your preference. You want to keep it in 2, that's your preference as well. But in most cases, it's not exactly the best idea to have the car very loose going on the restart. The hole that is being punched in the air isn't as big as it is going at 140 miles an hour into turn 1 than going 209 into turn 1. So it's always better to have the car a little bit tighter on the restarts, and it seems like a lot of them are just really, really loose right now. It might be the setup, or it might be the adjustments that they're trying to make.
Again, they're not, quote, ground effect cars. They still use ground effect. They still use the principle, but I think just over bumps, we're seeing handling issues. It's going to be one of those days, I think, with these cars. And we see this even in real life sometimes. We've seen it with NASCAR tires here in Indianapolis, where there's just an off day. The competition is having to scramble all day long, and that's memorable. It always creates a memory that those kinds of races, we're still talking about the 2008 running of the Brickyard 400 for NASCAR, where we still talk about it yearly at least. It lasts in people's minds. So if this is one of those kinds of handling days where people just can't get a handle on the cars, we'll talk about it for a while here in IORL. Green flag is back out, lap 48 of 200, and you can see our leaders getting spread out quickly. A gaggle of cars behind into turn 1. One car spinning. Bobby Krug in the fence. Caution back out. Again, handling.
It looked like the rear end just kind of came around on him.
And that is the loneliest moment in all of racing. You've got to sit there on the outside of turn 1 because you just spun off a restart, and you are the reason for a yellow. Let's see what happened to him.
Going into 1. Oh yeah, just a massive snap of oversteer. He might have just taken a bigger, too much of an arc going into turn 1.
We're seeing somewhat elevated track temps. I wonder if these guys practiced at lower temps. That's the only thing I can think of here. Justin, they just cannot get a handle at all.
No, especially with running at caution lap after caution lap after caution lap here. They're not aware of the track temp slowly rising and rising. So that adds to the unpredictability here. So if there's not green flag runs here, they're not going to be able to adapt as smoothly as the drivers would want. So having caution after caution here is not to their own benefit here, because the track changes constantly, whether it be rubber being laid down or, in this case, just it might have been the track temp.
That incident could have been a little bit worse than it was. There seemed like there was a little bit of a checkup right behind Bobby Krug, and then, you know, him going into turn 1, it just could have been way worse. I think he's just got a little bit of front wing damage, and other than that, he's going to be able to keep going. You see the checkup here.
Yeah, this checkup was with Blake Erickson, Rick Vaughn, and Reed Sweeney. Thankfully, no contact there, but boy, that could have been bad. And you were right, Zach, that as soon as he turned in for the corner, it just came around. I wonder if he forgot the adjustment of the car. It looks like these guys are forgetting their weight jacker, turning in for the corner, and the car just whips around as we are pacing one more time as we hit the quarter mark.
It could also be a lot of these guys, like you said, Andrew, they don't realize the track temp is going up, and they've been riding under caution. They've got cold tires, and it's so easy to snap cars around. Any race car in the world, I don't care what you're driving, NASCAR, Formula 1, IndyCar, sports cars, hypercars, cold tires are not your best friend when it comes to a hot racetrack.
And
Well,
to add to that,
go ahead.
oh, sorry to cut you off, but to add to that, it could just be that these guys aren't working enough temp into the tires under caution, keeping at least a moniker of heating them, just weave ever so slightly, maybe to get some of the marbles off. I don't know if iRacing models that, but just to clean them off a little bit, get them a little bit up to operating temp, not much because they want to still save tire. Any little thing to try to make your confidence in the car go up, that's what they should be doing right now.
You know what we can do is we can get it straight from the horse's mouth. In this case, we can actually dial up our, well, top race controller, top admin, and currently top driver and defending champion Zach Buchanan. Zach, a lot of handling issues tonight. What's up?
Honestly, just been hanging out, really. I decided to just take a chance on strategy and stay out. And honestly, it's going well so far. I didn't really expect that we'd have all these yellows. Truthfully, this is kind of not good for the show, but we're saving fuel. We're leading laps. That's all that matters. I don't know what's going on behind me, truthfully, but just got to keep going. I like the place that I'm in right now in terms of if you're the leader, you can really control the race, and I really like that. So just got to keep plugging away at it, I guess.
Do we know, I guess, what's causing these? It seems like it's all handling issues. And maybe drivers forgetting their weight jacker on the restarts and going into turn one, whipping around. It's what it looked like for Bobby Krug just now. Or is it something else? Maybe track temps being a little bit high. We're almost to 100 degrees track temp. Do you have any clue what the issue is, or just trying to hang on?
Yeah, it's totally just cold tires. I mean, I adjust my weight jacker for the starts. It's no different than Texas. It's not like this is the first time we've ever experienced something like this. It's you gotta adjust the car for cold tires, and then once it comes in, you've got to adjust again, and you've got to adjust when you're in traffic, and you've got to adjust when you're in clean air, and you've got to adjust on old tires. You've always got to be adjusting this car, and the guys that don't understand what to do, then that's on them.
So of course, this race always comes down to fuel mileage. How are you adjusting your race strategy here?
If I'm back in traffic, I'm mega saving fuel, and if I'm out front, I'm full tilt. So
there you go. Zach Buchanan full tilt right now as he gets ready to restart from the lead. Zach, thanks for your time, and best of luck to you here as we're a quarter way through.
Thanks, sir.
Buchanan leading the race, and I think he's hitting the nail on the head, kind of agreeing with what you said there, Zach Murtis. Sounds like cold tires, really what both of you guys said. Between cold tires and weight jacker, these guys having some problems. And I don't know that they're going to fix, and definitely some dejection in his voice there as well. He voiced some, I guess, concerns about how this race could go with handling after Texas a few weeks ago, and we'll see if these guys can get a grip on things, literally and figuratively. Zach Buchanan will lead us to the green flag. Lap 51 becomes lap 52. Timothy Bates in second, then it's Matt Chubb, then Spencer Ray. Green flag is back out. And yellow. Andrew Maibach turned around in turn one. We cannot
heavy
get a
damage
break.
to the nose.
Trey Patton potentially involved. I saw him slow, but he might have gotten away. Blake Galloway, however, did not.
Yeah, this could have just been a turn one pile up here for these guys. Let's take a look.
We'll watch first from Galloway's perspective, the Gale Force Racing 05, Zach. Let's see what happens. Cars just stack up. I think it's Maibach down on the grass. And, just trying to check up. Rexford gets a lot of damage. Galloway gets the wall. And I believe that's Chris Walker involved as well.
Just it's a bit of a bad incident right here. I wasn't paying attention to it too much. So I'm kind of relying on the replay here for a second. Yeah, just looking at it on the replay, real spaced out.
Oh, Maibach had no rear wing. He got hit on the restart. Watch this car whip around in turn one.
Where was the contact? That's what I'd like to know.
Yeah, no rear downforce. That car comes right around, collects Rexford, and maybe even Wenner a little bit of contact there as well. My goodness.
The rear wing just snapped off. Did
A
we
la
see
Kimi
where he got
Räikkönen.
hit in the rear?
We'll see it this time. Jake Walsh behind him. It's very easy to have these kinds of snack ups on restarts. And Walsh gets him right there. It's just enough for the rear wing to say nope. Oh my goodness.
That
is
was quite the tap.
That is the worst luck. I mean, it doesn't even do any damage to Walsh's car, and Maybach's got no way of knowing until he gets into the corner. I actually think he did know, because he's visibly off pace, trying to slow down and make it to the corner, and it's just not enough.
Not much. There's
Winner
not
was
much you can do
very
in that
lucky
scenario.
to not get damaged, though.
There's really not much you can do in that scenario. Once that rear wing goes, it's just so hard to keep control of the car. Even at the slowest of speeds, it's the weight of the car, the aerodynamics of the car, it's all just taken out of whack, and you can't do anything to fix it. I mean, he probably got a 4X to know, which is why he was trying to slow down, but it's, you know, you still can't try to really save the car too much. Once that rear wing goes, it goes. Now, you can save it a little bit better with the front wing being gone, because front downforce being gone isn't the biggest issue. When you lose that rear downforce, yeah, bye-bye, no more race.
Watch this slow-mo here for Thomas Winter and how close he is to getting hit by Corey Rexford. Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
That
you couldn't
is...
fit a piece of paper in between those two.
That is Code Brown moment. Better have a change of driver suit in the pit lane for him.
And that is also Corey Rexford's second incident of the evening. I believe Trey Patton's as well. Patton on the pit lane might have a fast pair on the bank. Rexford does not and has already disconnected from tonight's event. Walker, I think, has a chance to get back out there after toes, it looks like, for those guys. And we'll see exactly what they can do. Pace car lights are on. And it seems like now is high time to start dialing up more drivers.
I think we should dial Matt Chubb up and talk to him about his little trek back through the field.
It's actually a great idea. Car 42, former champion. And Zach here is driver of the 42, Matt Chubb.
Matt Chubb, this is Zach in the booth. You got a copy?
Gotcha.
Man, I've been watching you this whole race, and I've been really impressed. About lap 20, you were stuck on pit road, and we were all sitting here in the booth scratching our heads a little bit, trying to figure out what happened to you off turn 4. Tell us a little bit about it and how you've been able to make your way up back through the field.
Yeah, car shut off on me in 3. I think I was trying to type, and I pressed the I key, turned the car off. Never happened to me, so I didn't know how to get it refired. So I towed right at the start of the pit road, and it took 2 minutes. So went a lap down, knew I'd get it back with all these cautions eventually. So tried to stay up there at the front, but my fuel's getting down low, so I'm gonna go right around the back here for a little bit.
Well, that would confirm Andrew's theory then of couldn't get the car back refired. We were all sitting here wondering, you're rolling off turn 4. We saw you get it fired, shut back off, fired, shut back off. But just talk to me a little bit about the pit strategy and how you're able to get it back up to the front with all these cautions. You were about 28th. You were 32nd actually coming off pit road after you got it refired. And then about 15 laps later, you were 3rd place. So you're a little bit back further in the field. But what I really want to know is how you're able to get that car back up to 3rd after that little lap down incident.
Well, it was really when I got back to pit road for the engine shutting off. I was able to refuel it there and take new tires. So the next caution came around and basically the whole field pit. So kind of worked out to my advantage to get back up front.
All well and good. Well, thank you for talking to us, man, and we'll let you get back to it.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
And that is Matt Chubb. Matt, I actually don't recall, what team were you in?
The big one, the main one.
Thank you, sir. That is Matt Chubb restarting deep in the field for this restart. 22nd spot for car 42. And we will have a chance to get back racing. Lap 56 of 200 on the way. Just about the same orders we've seen the last 3 times we've tried to restart this race. One car out of line. That looks to be Skipper down there on the bottom. He is slow, but we will go green. Our leaders now to turn 3. 2 wide for the first time in 3rd spot. Rick Rivon, Blake Erickson, as we might might, I'll knock here, knock on wood to be safe, might get a lap in.
Yeah, well, here's hoping. With that.
Here we go, lap in.
All right. Fully green at Indianapolis Motor Speedway here. Looking at that restart there, that is yet another thing these drivers got to worry about, are the people who are quote-unquote sleeping on the restarts. People who just don't anticipate the start. Everyone has to take evasive action to get around them. And it looks like we got side-by-side racing yet again.
That's Reed Sweeney and Joey Bailey. Bailey's actually got a 21 on his car. I've called him out as Thomas Pates a couple of times. That is Joey Bailey, even though, again, the number on the nose says 21, but he's car 18 in the sim. 5th spot for Joey. Haven't seen him really ever before in the International Online Racing League, battling here with Reed Sweeney, the points leader. And that's the other thing we haven't talked much about here, Zach, is points into this race. Sweeney needs this race to go well. He can't really falter. I know he's got a big lead, but he can't mess that up.
Shouldn't be too big of a hit for him. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. It's double points. Where are we looking at? He's about 5th on the board. It's still looking like it's going in his direction. He just needs to keep it going. Big
Jake Walsh and Bobby Kruger, one more in the wall. Trey Patton said, you know what? That wreck looks tasty. Let me go ahead and join it. And unfortunately, car 66 is destroyed.
And he has got it beach. That looks like
he had to tow.
Almost looks like a next-gen tire went flat. Jake Walsh and Bobby Krug, you're going to have big problems in turn 3. Let's see what happens for them.
That was a big camera shake.
Yeah, you know, it's a pretty good camera location until the entire field comes on by. You're looking at something further back. Maybe we'll rethink that one next time. Walsh into the corner just never turned. Oh, my gosh. Massive hit. And Patton with nowhere to go here. He tried to elect for the bottom and realized that was blocked off.
He tried to look for the middle, and then it just, well, I guess it didn't work out for him.
He was looking for the brake there, and the car just snapped on him.
What's it really show us?
This is Trey Patton.
Slowing down. Brakes on the grass. I think he realized it eventually and turned up, and just bad timing.
Hopefully, Trey Patton has got a fast repair that he can use to stay in this race.
I thought he'd already used one. I think that's going to be it for him today. I do want to see, again, what happened here with Jake Walsh. It looks like he just gets tight in the corner and goes straight up the racetrack. We'll take his on board here in a second. This is a good look at how it all develops behind, I believe, that is actually Bates back here. And yes, that was Bates. Let's go on board here with Walsh. Yep, up the racetrack.
Just the arrow push.
Just clean him out.
Yeah, having those two cars in front of him really took the air off his wings, and then you see, big lick in the turn 3 wall. Man, sometimes it's just, those things are kind of unavoidable. Especially when you're going 220 mile per hour. Sometimes you just can't react fast enough.
Reed Sweeney on the pit lane, he gets service, heads back out there. Grant Palmer also getting service, gets passed up there by car 50 of Matt Walters. Matt Skipper in the pits, Andrew Maybach as well, and he needs it after his issue earlier on with the wing coming off, and I believe that will officially do it for Trey Patton.
Just unfortunate. He's been having such bad luck this whole race.
Yeah, one of our guys here at Pit Stop TV, former commentator and social media man, and still a good friend. Unfortunately, his day is very much done in the 13th running of the IORL Indianapolis 500. The rest of the field was into turn number 3. If pace car lights are still on, we'll go ahead and grab an interview, and it looks like pace car lights are in fact still on. I think I'll let Trey have his moment after his crash, but let's say somebody else, maybe around the mid part of the field. Because actually, I think I know one guy I want to hit on. If he is, not hit on, but hit with an interview if he's in the Discord. He's not in the Discord, unfortunately, it looks like. But I was going to think about grabbing Bryce Rodriguez. We know him pretty well from the North American Racing League. Let's instead see if we can get our point leader. Reed Sweeney just pitted under this yellow flag. And car 9 I think is in a pretty good spot to go deep in this race. Reed just came in for service on another incident. I know you're the points leader. You're rather experienced with these iRacing Indy cars. What's happening out there?
Yeah, it's been a pretty hectic race so far. I mean, just guys kind of getting bunched up in the back of the field and stuff kind of goes wrong. That's why it's kind of good being up front. But, you know, I just kind of want to see how far I can run here. And that was kind of my plan of coming in. And I knew Grant was hanging back here, and I'm sure he'll be up at the front. So, you know, in a couple laps time. So I was kind of trying to do what he was doing. And I thought Rick was coming in, but he decided to stay out. So, I mean, we'll see how it goes here. Hopefully we don't get caught up in anything in the back here.
Now, is there any strategy you can really employ right now? I mean, this is about when the second stop would have come, but is there anything you can really lock into, or just trying to play this by ear until the race gets into some kind of groove?
Yeah, I mean, for now, it's pretty... I mean, you don't really have a plan right now due to all these yellows. So if they continue, it's just going to be like this, which would suck really bad. But hopefully we can get a couple green flag runs in here, and then we can kind of start to build our strategy up from there, because we still got about 140 laps left. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, this stuff's always fun. So
if you haven't had issues and other drivers have, what do you think's the difference? What do you think you're doing differently where we haven't seen you crash? And I'll knock on wood for you here. Don't want to jinx you, but we haven't seen you be one of the drivers with handling issues yet. What do you think you're doing different?
Well, it probably helps to be out front, you know, further than all the guys back here. But also just, I feel like I've been pretty patient, so, which maybe these other guys haven't. But I haven't raced around these guys yet, so we'll see how it goes.
And thanks for your time. We'll get you back up there. And that is Reed Sweeney. I believe he was racing. We'll just pop him in that room. I don't see the driver he was actually with at the time. And anyways, restart is live. I believe he was with Grant. Put him back up there with Grant Palmer, and I hope that's correct. Restart is live, lap 62 of 200. And hopefully I didn't just completely sabotage Reed Sweeney. One of the slower moving Indianapolis 500s to date for the IORL League. But these laps that do go green, taking off one by one, and these guys are able to make some moves on these laps. Craig Vaughn, for example, up to third. Spencer Ray into second. And you can see you're limited in what you can do in just one or two laps here, but it does still matter as Ray is going to bring a battle to Zach Buchanan.
Yeah, and while these two are battling, you got Rayvon coming up here to make it a three-way battle for the lead.
Bailey there as well, Erickson, Madonia. Side by side for first, though.
Yeah, side by side. And with these two racing, it gives the pack a chance to possibly gain some ground, as we have a change for the lead with Ray going ahead of Buchanan, coming out of turn 4 onto this front straightaway. See if Zach has an answer to him. He's going to try to take a long way around turn 1 here.
Oh, you might just try to cross him up here.
On board with Spencer Ray. Takes lead by a little over a tenth. We should see Buchanan be able to come right back to him. Buchanan's only pitted once so far. He's been on the track now for 34 laps. Ray for 37. Of course, most of those caution laps, and there might be some more as Wenner is in the wall again. Car 69's right front is a little high right there. That's not where that tire should be. Matt Schaub was a little off pace. Continues on now. Bates a little slow, losing position maybe to Reed Sweeney this time. Bryce Rodriguez there as well. Let's go on board with Bryce Rodriguez actually in car 27 as he rides in 16th. Now, those of you that don't know, this is a full-time driver and championship contender in the North American Racing League that we cover here on Pit Stop TV. Now, what is the North American Racing League? It's a Porsche Cup and GT3 series that runs on, well, this spring ran on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and he's a regular. He's a championship contender over there. I had no clue that he had put himself on the entry link for this race. But this is really cool to see. Runs a YouTube channel by the name of Bryce Evolution, and I highly recommend that all of you check it out. Even if you're only a little bit interested in racing and road racing particularly, even if you're an oval racer but just want to see more iRacing content, This guy has got a fantastic channel. Again, Bryce Evolution. Check it out on YouTube. I highly recommend it. Just a really good guy. Rob Rodriguez Jr., his father, races with him. They swap off the rig sometimes. They help each other. As you can see, these guys battling ahead of him. Those are Cole Freilich, Reed Sweeney, and Eric McCarthy. But again, Bryce, just a really stand-up guy. It's good to see him in this race. A check up there, and he'll go on by McCarthy.
Very, very good car control there. I believe that was...
Was McCarthy that went by?
It was McCarthy. So good save by McCarthy. Hopefully he didn't slide it too much to where his tires might have gotten overheated. Only time will tell on that one. Good avoidance by Rodriguez there.
Problems again. Dale Weiser's slow. Matt Chubb passes him up. But our leaders continue to swap here. And you're even seeing third and fourth now swap as Ray takes the point into turn 3. Rick Rayvon and Joey Bailey have been going after it. Rayvon holding third still, and I think he's defending a little more than those guys ahead. He's running the top side and making sure that Bailey has to go on by on the bottom, can't do anything with him. And what that does from Rayvon's point of view is constrict Bailey's exit. So it's really difficult for Bailey to actually bring a pass to him, but our leaders, Buchanan and Ray, are just linking up and trying to go fast. And they're doing exactly that. I think if Rayvon continues to hold Bailey back here, it's only going to hurt them.
Yeah, I was about to add that maybe those two should sign a peace treaty for the time being to just kind of link up real quick to catch those front two runners, so then they're not inching away from them, so then they can stay in contention to be up there to eventually battle for the lead. Because track position is also very important for a race like this, because you don't want to fall too far behind, so then you're in the mid-pack, which is where most of these incidents have been happening. If you can stay out of the trouble areas, keep your nose clean, you should be in a very good position for this race here. Looks like their front two have split off. They're no longer battling each other. So
Scottless Rambler, Brennan Madonia, and Stephen Ellis here battling as Zach Buchanan comes down to the safety of the pit lane. Will come in for fuel and tires. So Buchanan down to the pits.
yeah, he was one of the guys that stayed out on those tires, if I am correct in that.
Yeah, he had stayed out for a long time. In fact, over 40 laps. Now comes in. Skipper goes on by. He's going to drop down to 26th.
It's going to put him to the tail end of the lead lap. But a quick stop, though, 9.25.
We're going to have to see how that plays out for him.
Spencer Ray comes in. Blake Erickson, a lot of these guys that had stayed out, a lot of those yellows finally needing to pit for fuel. And what this does as well, this gives them 130 laps to the finish. Actually, I don't think this is any kind of plan yet. You'd want to go to 80 if you can. Make it 120 to the end. I'm kind of surprised that they're pitting. I think this is out of necessity.
You're looking at about 10 laps short, to be perfectly honest.
Yep.
Yeah, you would need about 4 more stops if we were to go green the rest of the way here.
Yep.
And ideally, yes, you would want to be at lap 80 just to make sure that you had enough fuel to last you until the checkered flag.
You're looking at about 5 stops. 30 laps, 30, 60, 90, 120, 130. Yeah, 5 stops. With a short pit, potentially.
Our top 7 in a row. This is Reed Sweeney and Nate Stewart. Stewart, our pole sitter tonight. Sweeney, our points leader. So a pretty big battle here, actually, with a couple of big drivers in the series. Kyle Cuthbertson, Grant Palmer behind them. Then Bryce Rodriguez, Cole Freilich, Eric McCarthy, Timothy Bates, your top 15. Some drivers start to drop out of this race. Jake Walsh, Bobby Krug, Trey Patton, Corey Rexford, and William Avery having a call tonight. Thomas Wenner in the pit. So as strategy now becomes our focus, as it seems like these guys have gotten some of the bugs out of their system. Justin, we get to really talk about some racing finally, some potential strategy moves, and it's going to get a lot more interesting from here.
For sure. Provided that this is going to be a green flag run, with everyone who came in just recently, Zach Buchanan, for instance, those guys having fresh tires, they might actually be able to match the pace, even having more fuel on board. So we're going to have to see how that plays for the rest of the field.
Yellow's out. Cole Freilich is in trouble. But it looks like that car is mostly okay. I think the left rear's got some damage potentially. It might just be the camber.
Here's hoping. That was a... Doesn't look like it has any major damage to it, so he might have gotten away from that clean. We're just, jeez.
Oh, Bryce Rodriguez in trouble.
Oh.
Under yellow.
That is unfortunate. That's the right rear off the car. The rear wing disconnected.
Right front.
Right front. My mistake.
Yeah, he's got a lot of damage. He's been in the fence. I wonder if that was part of the issue with... No, I think that's an... Oh, my. Okay, we've actually got kind of a two-parter here. Much like my box incident earlier, you'll see contact in a moment with Rodriguez and Freilich. And Rodriguez is going to have no rear wing in a second. So side by side, they went into one. Freilich gets loose. I see. That puts Rodriguez into the fence. Freilich crashes. And Bryce is left to his own devices. We'll see Cole's point of view in a second, but this is what happens at least to Bryce Rodriguez.
The rear wing is disconnected on the car. Yep. I don't know if he realizes or not. He might have thought the 4X was just from the contact, and he might be able to keep going, and then he goes into 3, and...
He realized it pretty quick there.
It kicked around on him. That's his right front gone.
Now, Freilich, on the other hand, at least had a rear wing going into the corner. I really wonder what causes him to whip around like that.
I think he just got loose riding underneath. Might have just dipped his tires too low.
It's the aerodynamics. It's the dirty air.
There's the dip below the light. There's the kick around, and he tries to save it, tries to hang on to it. He's spinning, locks it down. I think he just takes a bit of the front wing off. Maybe a little bit of the toe or the camber.
I think his car is perfectly okay, honestly. I don't even see... I mean, very light left front damage to the wing. All things considered, Cole is fine, and unfortunately... I mean, Bryce would have been mostly okay, too, if he hadn't backed the car into the fence, but obviously was put into that slide, and you're not catching that. So, backs the car into the wall, loses the rear wing. But I believe that's Bryce's first incident. Car staying out under this yellow. Palmer, Bates, and Chubb. As Buchanan, Ray, and Erickson also pit. Ray Vaughn, the first one. Let me reword that. Chubb, Buchanan, and Ray stay out, along with Erickson. There we go. Ray Vaughn's the first to pit. Then Scott List Rambler, the second to pit. Then Joey Bailey, Steven Ellis, everybody else comes down to the safety of pit lanes. Thomas Wenner does stay out. I think he's waiting on potentially a wave by if he can get one, but I'm not entirely sure that's going to happen for him.
I can tell you for certain the iRacing gods are on Cole Freilich's side today.
Yeah, that was very lucky a spin to not have damage from. While these guys pace around, let's actually go Pit Stop TV side by side. We'll have a chance to grab a drink of water, get back to you. So, by all means, if you're out there watching, grab yourself a drink, come on back in just one moment. You won't miss a thing if you do stick with us. We're on Pit Stop TV side by side.
After months of quarantine, we're all interested in how we can become our best self. The team at Permanent Makeup and Cryo is here to help you get the flawless makeup look every day without the extra effort or time. When it comes to your appearance, you deserve the best care that money can buy.
Sound Art is a product that is a speaker and it's art. We combine it together and we call it Sound Art. What makes it so unique that any picture can be your speaker? Sound Art gives you the high quality sound without the ugly speaker. This isn't a picture with a speaker, the picture is the speaker. Just imagine your wedding picture uploaded onto a canvas and now it's speaking 10,000 tunes. I mean, it's a very cool concept. What we like so much about it that you can take anything that means something very special to you, upload it on the canvas, have it hanging up in your room, your balcony, wherever you want to put it, and now it's a speaker. I mean, how cool is that? It's something that we have that and no one has. No one has this product. It's just a great gift to give anybody. It's just a neat concept. Around here we say, art never sounded so good.
back to the green flag here in just one moment. Grant Palmer, your leader. Timothy Bates second, then Matt Chubb. That restart kind of caught me off guard. Didn't notice pace car lights were off, but we're back green anyways. A little over, I don't even know how many. I guess that would be, trying to think, 3/8 of the way into this race. Lap 77 now of 200. Some checkups further back. Galloway and Cuthbertson losing spots, but our leaders continue out of turn 2. Turn 3, side by side for the lead. Ray Vaughn. No, not Ray Vaughn. Palmer gets passed up by Timothy Bates as car 21 goes to the point at Indianapolis at a turn number 4. Bates, as I think, is going to have the lead all the way to the line.
It's all about that momentum game again. He got the momentum coming off of turn 2 because of that draft. And it looks like, yes, he will carry it through. Palmer might have a chance to get closer going into turn 3. We're just going to have to see if Bates can break that draft enough to keep him back.
Now, these leaders also on somewhat older tires. In fact, the top 3 have not pitted in at least 18 laps. Palmer pitted 18 laps ago. Bates and Chubb 24 and 25. Then you get guys that pitted under that green flag run just a few laps before yellow, and the guys that pitted under the yellow. So, Joey Bailey's slow. He checks up and loses spots here to Stephen Ellis and
going
Nate
3
Stewart
wide.
going 3 wide. Your pole sitter making a brash move, and he will take both of those spots. 2-for-1 special down the front stretch of Indianapolis. Wonder if there's an Applebee's across the street.
I wonder. He definitely went for that gap, though.
One car blinking out. I believe that's Blake Erickson in the 6th spot. Now,
Oh, we got a wreck.
Cole Freilich again.
Oh,
And that will be
Maybe.
it for him.
that will be.
Zach Murdis may want to reconsider his statement of the iRacing gods being on car 15's side.
I was about to make a comment about that. So
Just gets
coming
tight.
into the short shoot. Oh, exactly.
Just got tight, popped the
Oh.
wall down, lost the wing, and that's his day done.
Knocked the right front toe completely out of whack. You probably snapped the control arm there. And I saw a question in chat about how many yellows so far as of lap 75. I have not been keeping track of that.
There you go. 10 cautions as we get another one. Oh, boy. Thomas Wenner, slow in turn 2.
Wait, was there not one for Freilich?
No, there was no yellow yet. It was still green,
Oh.
and now we get the yellow. It was 9 as we brought up the graphic, and it ticks on over to 10 now for 24 laps. That is the worst timing in the world. Thomas Wenner with his own issue. I think he was on his own, too. This is really unfortunate. No, he wasn't on his own, actually. There's something else that happens here. Oh, he gets collected. Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
Skipper, broadside on the track. Nothing Thomas could do.
Oh, the smoke screen. Someone pulled the pin on that smoke grenade there. Heck of a hit going into the short shoot between 1 and 2.
There's the Matt Skipper 14 car. They got loose in turn 1, goes for a slide to the bottom, then comes up the racetrack.
Oh,
Thankfully, Galloway misses him, but my goodness, that is a big hit to the right side.
it's that gray area again. It's upsetting that balance of the car. Just sent him around. He looked like
I mean,
he caught
gray
it,
area
and he
upsets me, so I understand it.
That is very true. He upsetted the balance. Looked like he saved it, and then he overcorrected. The
Oh, and
car
he got
just
the
snapped
actual
for him.
curbing, too.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't just get the
Oh.
curbing, he got the actual curbing. That was way down there on the racetrack. So Skipper with a problem. And, yeah,
Very
let's-
unfortunate.
Let's watch that one more time. Matt Skipper was putting a decent run together at times in this race. Had moved up through the field and dropped back down, and unfortunately this time you see him catching the curbing there through the corner. And comes across. Timothy Bates clobbers him.
Oh. Yeah, that smoke deceived him there. I'm willing to bet he thought that he could go on the high side there, because it didn't look like, at least what I would have saw if I was driving, I probably would have guessed that he would have stayed down there if he locked up his brakes, which he did, but he came up a little too far. Just slam right into the side.
Well, a lot of yellows in this one, and I see some conversation now in the YouTube chat. Yeah, we haven't had many green flag runs. I think the longest was somewhere to the nature of 15 laps or so. That stat, I don't know if there's a great way for us to pull that one up, but handling issues definitely pinpointed tonight. And for Carb Day, weeks ago before qualifying, I know drivers had a conversation about, hey, let's use this setup, let's use that setup. This is a fixed setup series, so I think some of that is coming into play. I think just not matching right with the weather conditions today. And the track temp is only going higher. The air temp even has gone up a degree or two since the start of this race. The track temp going along with it. And it is just getting hotter and hotter, but only just a little bit. I mean, it's not like it's a drastic number that it's risen by. It's just enough, and I mean, the winds aren't crazy. I think it's just enough heat with just enough unreliability in the way the car handles, and I'd imagine a few drivers just not being careful into corners and we're having problems.
Yeah, with the track temperature slowly rising, it's even more crucial that all these drivers just settle into their groove again. Try to get another green flag run, a long green flag run, so then some of these strategies that some of these drivers might have had employed, we might see them play out, provided we get that longer green flag run.
You know what, Zach? I didn't think we'd have to talk about this, but there is a 4-hour time limit on this race.
What are we at right now?
Well, we are coming up on 2 hours. Green flag was 8:05 p.m. And if the 4-hour limit, now I know the initial session, and this seems like a day ago now that we had this issue. As you can see, cloud cover is really built up. It's only going to help these guys, actually. I'm just noticing this. Guys, we started out with a partly cloudy sky. It's looking like a summer day in May where clouds build up over the course of the day. You get those pop-ups that kind of mesh together. And, as water evaporates, maybe down on, surface level, it goes up into the atmosphere and creates more clouds with the humidity. That is something you don't usually get to see on iRacing, that change of weather like that. It usually stays, at least whatever weather condition it is, as far as the clouds go. That's special to see. But my point being, we have theoretically until midnight 12:05, Thursday morning to finish this race. And at least I think that's right. Yeah, 4 hours. And we're coming up on 10 o'clock almost. It's 9:40 on the East Coast. And we're not halfway into this race yet. If we continue at this pace, we are genuinely going to have to talk about the time limit. And that's, again, if they left the 4 hours in there. They had to set up 2 sessions. I wouldn't be surprised if Zach Buchanan said, hey, we're going to back the time down a little bit because we're already trending a little bit late and using more money for the session. So we'll see as time goes on if that's a conversation. Green flag is back out, though, on lap 84 now of 200. One car low, that's Thomas Wenner leaving the pit lane. But our leaders get away nice and cleanly. Let's go towards the back of the field. Some drivers and battles back here. This might shed some light on what's going on in the rear of the field, guys, as far as aero issues and handling issues. Grant Palmer, Matt Skipper side by side in 3.
Those handling issues, they just need to get those temps in those tires, get used to the track state, keep their heads pointed forward. That's all they really need to do here.
I'm just happy to see that Chubb has made himself, he's made himself some ground up and he's gotten himself back up to the lead.
Yeah, he is leading.
A correction on the amount of time left in the sim. So if this session went live at about 7:40 p.m. Eastern for 4 hours, that gives us until 11:40. It sounds like we went green with 3 hours, 45 minutes of usable time. So we're racing with, 15 minutes less than we thought? So I guess 25 minutes less or something. I don't know. A number less than what we thought we had. So we should, if we had 3 hours, 45 minutes of race time from No, it went live at 7:50. That's right. So yeah, we're racing until 11:50 p.m. tonight. If this race for some reason goes that long, so it's a little bit of a tighter time constraint, guys. That's 2 hours and 7 minutes, and it's taken us. Well, we haven't even run half the race. We've almost run for 2 hours.
Yeah, and another correction for that. We have exactly 2 hours 10 minutes to.
There you go. So we're
wrap
racing
up
to
this
11:53 then.
Correct. That is the exact time. So if we want to get the 200 laps under our belts here, these drivers need to pull those straps tighter and just dig in, eat away at those laps, at those miles.
Really do just need to start lifting, get laps completed. I know you're not going to want to as a driver. Zach, you ran the fixed Indy 500 last weekend. You've lived part of this at least. You just need to get laps complete. You've got to get to the end to finish this race and really finish this race. If we're starting to talk about time limit constraints, you've just got to run laps. If that means lifting, then so be it.
If not to pull one from Days of Thunder, to finish first you must finish. It's really just a race of survival. I can say from personal experience, when I ran the fixed race, I don't know what, a couple of days ago, Friday, it was not fun. It was more or less just avoid wrecks and be there at the end. And really, that's all you can do with the fixed setup. You just got to try to make laps, and it's all going to come down to whether or not you're there at the end. And right now, the guys who are running up at the front have done the best job of keeping their car clean. As who are we on board with exactly right here?
Matt Walters, the inside of Bryce Rodriguez, a pass for 19th spot. I know you say it wasn't all that fun over the weekend, but you got yourself a W, didn't you?
I did get myself a W, but it didn't come without a little bit of a Code Brown moment here and there, avoiding a couple of wrecks.
Oh, that's just Indy.
It was mainly full send mode, you know? And that's I feel some of these guys just need to get through their head when it gets down to the end of the race. I know, I can tell you for a fact that it's going to be a lot trickier. I'm going to keep making this point throughout the entirety of the race. I'm going to sound like a broken record, but it's very important. The track changes. Everyone knows this, and the marbles are going to come up on the outside of the racetrack. It's going to make it very difficult to pass. The track temp, you said it's going to peak right around the end of the race. That's going to make it
hotter.
It's going to make it difficult to pass on the inside as well, and the push is going to be a lot more difficult to deal with as the race goes on, and you just got to be able to stick with it, you know. Ooh, we got some side-by-side action. Andrew, you go ahead and take this.
Problem it looks like for Matt Skipper, he's all over the place, was slow through 1 and 2. I do want to extend what you're talking about there, Zach. Talking about the track warming up, the sim warming up. We're 74 degrees in the air. The track temp has gone up now to 101. The clouds are building, and Justin, the temp is building with it. That's something you don't usually see with overcast skies, the temperature building. But now that we've got temperature in the air, it's actually easier for these clouds to hold it in. You know, when you go into an evening, it just like in real life, you know, the way cloud cover generally works, if you go into an evening after a hot day, it holds that temperature in. If it was a clear night, it would cool off more because that temperature just kind of does its thing, disperses into the atmosphere, whatever. Its cloud cover might actually hold the heat in as opposed to letting it do its thing, I guess. It's really odd. Usually cloud cover would break up sunlight onto the track. It would actually dissipate track temperature, but that's not the case right now. I'm very, very surprised by it.
It can sometimes act like a small greenhouse effect.
We're seeing that,
where the heat, as you said, it gets trapped by the clouds because clouds are just condensed water vapor, so it kind of acts as the container or the lid to the container. So with that comes that recirculation of that warm air, which can cause the heat to be trapped down below, thus making the track a little bit hotter.
We got a change in the guard for the lead. Zach McKinnon has taken the lead back as Matt Chubbs has taken to pit road.
Yeah, Chubb had stayed out for some amount of time, and he was one of the last cars that had stayed out to this point, was staying out for that track position. Now, the good news for him is he is safer than the rest of the field as far as making the race to the end on the amount of stops. He can go, let's see, he pits again at 123. 123. He pit again at 153, and then at 183. the rest of the field is going to have to pit a little sooner than 123. The mark they want to get to is 110, and I don't think they're going to make that. Our leader, Zach Buchanan, has run for 24 laps. Granted, some of that was under yellow, so if this race were to go green, that's not been the trend so far tonight, but if this race goes green, we can consider him good for maybe 10 more, go to 104. Do you think he can save 5 laps? I'm not so sure.
You better put that thing in map 8. Put that sucker in map 8 right now. You can lead the way all you want, but I would put that sucker in map 8 right now. Even let the 6 of Ray by. Just sit in his draft, save a little bit of gas.
Well, recall what he said earlier. If he's out front, he's going full tilt.
Ah, that is true. So, yeah, he's not really going to be saving too much fuel.
I think if you want to look for somebody who's saving fuel, Justin, you got to look down around the bottom of the top 10 as Chris Walker's got an issue. He's got some damage, it looks like. He is off pace. But I think if you want to find somebody to save fuel, again, you've got to look towards the bottom of the top 10 potentially. One of these guys like Brennan Madonia, Josh Slate, Grant Palmer, Nate Stewart, Joey Bailey. One of those guys might pop it into a different map. They've got cars ahead of them to break up the air and draft. They can save fuel and go a little bit faster than a leading car.
Yeah, they could be letting off the throttle just a little bit, save that teacup of fuel, and overrun. That can add up to gallons, or even it can add up to about maybe 1 or 2 laps down the line with just excuse me, I'm stumbling over my words.
I think what you really need is you just need to get a lap here, a lap there. It seems like these guys could do with 2 laps on at least 2 of these runs and 1 lap on the other, and they should be okay.
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. Just give me a few laps extra out of a two runs scenario here. That would pay dividends down the line, and if you can stretch that out to even the 3rd stint, it would make or break. Like, we could say, provided we get to the end, to the 200, but we have a caution at lap 198, could get extended to a green-white checkered.
Well, actually, no, it won't. These are not NASCAR rules. If we do get a yellow at the end, this will actually end at lap 200. That's Indianapolis 500 style, IndyCar style. I know we get used to that, don't we? And I've made that mistake before. We get used to green-white checkers and iRacing because they've bled over from NASCAR. But that is something these guys have to consider. They don't actually have to consider extra length, and they could actually be saved by a late yellow and be able to save fuel. So you may want to commit to a strategy, even if you're going to come up 1 lap short, because you just never know what's going to happen. And even then, you know, attrition could set in. You could still gain positions by projecting yourself, racing it to put yourself 1 lap short just by saving a little bit of fuel. As this is a battle with Scottless Rambler and Reed Sweeney. This is good. This is for the 5th spot. Did
we see a little tap on the wall there?
Thought so. Maybe it's Rambler.
It just looked like a little wiggle getting into that short chute. We're going to have to see what it does to him in turn 3 here.
Rambler goes high, Sweeney low.
Just looks like it was a wiggle. Does not seem to be affected by it whatsoever.
Rambler taking a pretty defensive line, running through the middle, not letting Sweeney get too close. But as you see here, he's ducking to the inside for the move going into turn 1. Oh, he just backs off a little bit.
So now we're starting to see those classic kind of IndyCar battles work out. As we haven't seen much of that today. We've not seen much of what we're used to with this race. And I talked about earlier, in fact, with my opening, Justin, we've seen a lot of things over the years with IndyCar racing in Indianapolis, be it in the real life or IORL, but we just never know what to expect. Anytime we come to Indy with these cars, especially with the International Online Racing League, we can get an idea of things that could happen, but we never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, we could have a shootout between the top 3, 4, even the top 5 for the win. If it's underneath a quick restart for the last 3, 4 laps, we could see a massive shootout, or we could see a big fuel mileage game a la, I believe it is Alexander Rossi, when he won his Indianapolis 500, where he stretched his fuel out for almost an ungodly amount of time.
He actually ran out of fuel crossing the line.
And I
if
do want
I'm
to,
not mistaken.
I believe that's correct. I do want to mention here, guys, as we come up to complete lap 100 and go exactly halfway, we are now at 2 hours to go in the session, so call that halfway in the session as well. So this is just inside of making this race per time limit, not even darkness or anything, per time limit, not even because of rain, weather, whatever. Oh boy, we're flirting with disaster potentially if these guys get any more issues. But with the field thinning, we're down to what? 23 cars running, 24 cars running, if you count Thomas Winter, who just came into the pits. And actually, Winter might be out of this race now. So 23 cars out of a 32 car field. We should see more green flag racing, as even Trey Patton chimes in and talks about his crash. And yeah, Trey, that was a big one. Rambler slow. Is he pitting? Yes, he is.
That might be a scheduled stop. It could go back to what you were saying. Maybe they can push it.
He doesn't care about saving. He's pushing. He is pulling the undercut here.
That might very well be the case. Some of these drivers' strategies could be save that little itty bitty bit of fuel there, here and there, and other drivers are like, nah, man, it's Indy. I'm going to go for it. So they just, as Zach always said, or was it Zach? Yeah, Zach said, it's just, yeah, full send. Every lap, just no holes barred. That's all it's going to be for the whole race. That just might be the case for some of these drivers.
You got to send that thing firewall deep.
Maybe not firewall deep. That might not accomplish what you wanted to here as Rambler gets back onto the track, and you see the effect of pitting. Those are the leaders behind him, Zach Buchanan, Spencer Ray. So that pit stop from the 5th position brings him right in front of our race leaders, and he was, let's see, if Reed Sweeney is any gauge, he was 3 seconds behind the leaders thereabouts. That's a good look at the delta, as Buchanan now will pit.
Sweeney's
Erickson with him.
That he was able to stay on the lead lap there. He got the advantage of the clean air. Rambler, my mistake. Yeah, I think he's happy that he's able to keep himself on the lead lap, just stay in front of Buchanan, have that clean air, disturb the dirty air. And yeah, let's see how this race off pit road handles itself.
Cars in the pit lane. We're watching really car number 1, Zach Buchanan, our race leader when he came in. And he will get back onto the track after to use that pit limiter. Does Spencer Ray potentially come in this lap? It seems like we're trending that direction, but he will not. So where does car 1 exit? And with Erickson coming in, this is actually best case for him. These two can swap this position and can leapfrog.
Do we see a couple cars actually trying to stretch it on fuel and see if they could make it a little bit?
Maybe. Big maybe. They come out right behind Matt Chubb and ahead of Scottless Rambler. So not much further ahead of our race leader now, Spencer Ray. And Ray's got a 2.5 second lead back to Rick Rayvon and Reed Sweeney. So dynamics in this race completely shifting. One car is way up. That's Stephen Ellis. No, that's Thomas Wenner up there, actually. Slow car, lap car.
He might just be trying to get out of the way of these lead lap cars.
Race leader into the pits. Spencer Ray now coming in. We'll see this as these laps tick off. We're going to see more and more. We're into the pit window. I mean, we're not quite in the pit window, actually. We need a 110. It might be doable for Rayvon, Sweeney, and Stewart. They might have just enough here by saving under yellows. They need 4 or 5 more laps.
It could be a case of driver see, driver do, where they see one guy pit. It's like, wait, when do I need to pit? Oh, I think, yeah, no. If I stay out just X amount of laps later than him, I'll be better off in the long run. It could be one of those.
Well, they say it a lot in racing, and you definitely will hear it a lot if you hang around the racetrack a little bit. You never want to be the first one to pit. It sets the precedent for the president. My grammar sucks today. It just sets the tone for everyone in the rest of the field on where the pit window lies, where everyone else thinks it would be a good idea to pit, and once they see that first guy go to pit road, they're like, all right, that's one guy that I can stay ahead of, I can jump on the strategy, and I can try to stretch mine a little bit longer than his.
while we theorize about what these drivers might do, we actually have somebody who can really shed some light on this. Somebody who was in the race just a little while ago and unfortunately had a crash. Trey, I'd love to talk about the crash, but I think fuel on the forefront of everybody's minds. What do you think these guys are doing? It looks like they're trying to run to 110 to get that fuel number while others pitted.
Yeah, fuel, I mean, really, with all those cautions we had in the front of the race, I mean, I kind of stepped away for a little bit after that wreck, had to calm down a little bit, but really, fuel's not really wasn't much of an issue. I mean, now they've gone green for a little bit, that's what I've seen, so I mean, fuel a little bit, yeah, try to stretch it out. These guys actually have unlimited tires, if you didn't know that. Tires are not going to be an issue here, so you can pit for tires every lap if you want. But yeah, I mean, tires, not an issue. Fuel, definitely going to be a little bit an issue. I figured that out yesterday. I ran a Indy fix yesterday and ran out of gas with 5 to go, so definitely want to make sure you have a lot of fuel in the car. And but yeah, so far, just kind of watching here, you guys are doing a good job as always, and pretty good racing so far. Just rooting on my teammate Nate here. See, he's actually leading through.
You want to pit sooner or later if you're one of these guys in this cycle. The number
you have anti-roll bar, rear and front, stacks up on the thing, on the restarts, and going into turn 1 is pretty much death if you're not careful.
Guys, just about on point. Late Jack Trey was talking, so everybody, aside from those drivers we saw at pit, you know, at like 105, is good to the end. Not good to the end, but good to the end with a minimal amount of pit stops. It sounds like, though, or well, it looks like, certainly, guys like Matt Chubb, Zach Buchanan, Scottless Rambler, and I'm trying to think of who the other one was. Maybe even Spencer Ray. They're going to have to pit again. Well, an extra time. No, never mind. I got scared by seeing Skipper at 0 miles per hour, but very, very soon.
Yeah, that's definitely might be the case. So, as we are approaching, we are seeing here is pit cycles are playing themselves out here with, at the moment, oh, that is Grant in the pits. All right. So with that, I believe that in the lead.
It does look like we're experiencing some issues with ISPs tonight, so bear with us if you do hear this. It seems like we're having some connection issues of our own, but it seems like it's just with the stream. I genuinely don't know why. I can see how much it's transmitting, and it is blinking yellow and red. Stick with us, but it looks like what we're getting from the sim is okay. So lap 115 of 200. This the battle for third as Galloway is yet to pit.
Yeah, so Galloway is the last one. We're going to have to see when he pits, because the later and Galloway is now in the pits, so that will give the lead back to Raven with Spencer and Sweeney hot on his tail, with Zach Buchanan rounding out your top 5 right behind Chubb.
With that in mind, everything production side is working. Whatever the connection, unfortunately, I can't do anything about that right now, and Spectrum is going to do what Spectrum wants to do in this case. Everything that I am looking at and that I can touch right now is fine, is working. Unfortunately, it's legit out of my control right now. Hopefully Spectrum works with. So our front runners, let's see, the top 3 separated by 3 seconds, well, 2 seconds from Matt Chubb, Zach Buchanan, Scottless Rambler. while we try and sort a little bit of what's going on here with the connection out, I'm going to try and go through a couple of steps. Unfortunately, this is, again, legitimately out of my control at the desk, but I will try and find something and see if there is anything. While I do that, enjoy some sounds of the sim here, as we call it at Pit Stop TV, thanks to the 24-hour we just covered this past weekend. Enjoy some sounds of the sim. You won't miss any action on track. You just won't have voice from us for a couple of moments. Stick with us. So after checking in, guys, this is a bit of a new one for me, having to check on the internet connection live during a race, but it does seem everything is correct, everything is where it should be. Unfortunately, seems like we're just having those kinds of issues tonight. That happens from time to time. We personally have been a subscriber to Spectrum since moving out here. Never had a problem. At least not like this during a broadcast. You know, there'll be times where it goes down for service issues, what have you. When it drops to kilobits per second at 0. So I understand that it's choppy right now, and I just saw my first car blink. So we're gonna try as long as we can. If there is some kind of fatal error, we don't know. We'll encounter that when we get there. We're gonna keep going as we can. So all of that said, fun stuff happening tonight. It couldn't just be on track. It seems like the difficulties have to be with us as well here, guys. Spencer Ray, Reed Sweeney, second place.
Staying at a pretty consistent half second for Ray, about a second for Sweeney, behind Rick Raven, up in the lead there. So they'd be trying to save some.
And that's going to be around lap 140. Then we'll see them pit again around 170. And the drivers, I think that... We'll continue doing what we can here, but Rick Raven, I know this is not going to YouTube live at this point. Maybe it is starting to go through again, but yeah, we apologize. Unfortunately, this seems to be out of our control. What we do know is we're down to 70 laps to go. We expect these guys in at about 10 laps, and cloud cover building, track temp. What is it doing at this point? Unfortunately, it's taking a long time to even pull that up. Track temp, though, if it works with us here, as you can see some clouds come back through, it's gone down 1 degree. It's stagnated.
It is stagnating. So what that means is on white green flag run, running out these fuel tanks.
Gonna try and work on 1 or 2 fixes that we can. Scotland Rambler into the pit lane, an extra stop here, and unless we get a yellow, these guys that are on this alternate strategy are going in that same category. Zach Buchanan's in that category. I think even Blake Erickson is in that group. So those 4 or 5 drivers are going to have to pit an extra time. That's really, really going to hurt them.
Yeah, and with that pit stop, Scott List comes out right behind the leaders. He is going to slot in right behind the leader. He is right there. So maybe it could be best. Or is he looking like he's getting out of the way here?
Scottless Rambler kind of slotting into that second spot in line behind Rick Ravon. Spencer Ray a couple of cars back. It's actually going to help Spencer as far as draft goes. Hurt him, as actually Chubb is there as well. Chubb was recently pitted. So both of these cars right in that spot. And so the Deltas are holding. Everybody is right about where they should be. He's going to come down the pit. He's already leaving the pits.
This might be another round of pit stops for everyone. It's right about that window. So as it looks like, we will have our...
These guys still 5 laps short.
They are still 5 laps short, aren't they? It's this lap 135? Yeah, they are. Push.
We saw some of those guys pit at a lap earlier than I thought we would have at 109, so it seems like they're confident in about a 31st lap, especially in the draft, as Rodriguez goes to a 40.350 and goes purple for this race. It seems like they're confident about 31 laps to the end, to attain. It's not much of a difference, but just enough.
It's very true. Just trying to get my notes here all in order.
Josh Slate and Jordan Buster, 2 drivers we've not talked much about. They are in the 7th and 8th positions respectively. Buster ahead of Slate, actually, as Ray Vaughn will come down the pit lane. This is a lap or so earlier than I would have expected for anybody that is on this strat. This means that Buchanan and Ray are actually closer than we thought and can likely make up the difference over the rest of this race if it goes green, especially Spencer. Spencer Ray only just left the pits. Bryce Rodriguez is now in the background. They're going to be a lot closer than we thought. Rambler is still a little bit short. Chris Walker as well, and Matt Chubb certainly. But Zach Buchanan and Spencer Ray are right on the number. And if they can just save a little bit extra, it looks like they'll be okay.
Yeah, and looking at those guys, it looks like they are just trying to get the draft off of one another just to save that extra little bit of fuel. So if they can, then you are absolutely correct. They will have enough to make it. With these longer green flag runs, we're just gonna have to see what happens here.
Yes. And I'm putting a lot of emphasis on if they can save 5 laps. So the next 2 fuel runs, they might honestly be able to do it on gas and not really have to worry too much about a caution.
Well, again, Ray was 1 lap pitted this time 1 lap sooner than Ray Vaughn, and there was a bigger split the last time through. And now these guys putting 1 lap after Ray Vaughn. So, I mean, it is very, very close, and I think maybe Buchanan and Ray knew that when they came in. Erickson, too. It really just seems like Scottless Rambler is going to have to save. I think the rest of these guys have a strategy they're working on, using the draft, maybe using a different fuel map to extend the fuel run just a little bit. And Rambler may as well. Rambler's plenty familiar with an IndyCar. He knows how to save in these things. He can definitely still stretch this out, I think. We're right in between them having enough fuel and not, and I think most of these guys that are on that alternate strategy are trending towards having fuel. I really think it's just Scottless Rambler and Matt Chubb that you have to worry about.
Yeah, and as Stewart dives down into the pits, that gives the lead over to one Grant Palmer. And it looks like the field will be cycling through with, excuse me for a second, I'm trying to get this all in order. If it cycles through, it will be It will be Rayvon, possibly Matt Skipper, Reed Sweeney, Blake Galloway, and Scottless Rambler.
Skipper's still got a pit. It'll be Rayvon Sweeney.
Oh.
Rayvon Sweeney have pitted. Rambler, Stewart have now pitted. Buchanan, Ray, and a few of these other guys may mix in. Like Palmer should mix in that somewhere. He's 8.5 seconds ahead of Jordan Buster. The positions shouldn't change too much in these pit stops. Weirdly enough, I mean, the pit stops in an IndyCar race are actually one of the most boring times of a race. Really, what you're looking for is the moves after the fact. And there is differences, I think, in pit exit, as Cuthbertson will come in. For the most part, I don't think a whole lot's going to change until the very end. Really, we're going to see a lot change in the last 10 laps of this race. We could probably go silent for 50 laps here and not miss very much as long as it goes green.
That is very true.
Seems like we're starting to reestablish connection here. Again, I'm not sure what's gone on over the last little while, that course of time, but it seems like we're coming back. We've held for the last little while, and it seems a lot more promising. I'm not going to put money on that just yet, but it's starting to get a little better here as Grant Palmer leads, Jordan Buster's second, and Timothy Bates third. They have not pitted just yet. They need to within the next 2-3 laps. In fact, there's Buster on the pit lane. He gives the spot up to Bates, Rayvon, and more. So 2 cars now have not pitted. Timothy Bates is nearly a lap off of the field. There he is. Rayvon is behind him and has just pitted. So Bates is in a bad spot.
Yeah. With that, the longer the cars stay out on light fuel and older tires, the rest of the field who have pitted are gaining on them lap after lap, especially if they have a draft partner at this stage in the race. So the more and more they stay out, the more and more the gap closes. And even after all the pit stops, that's when the gap grows more and more. Because the less time... Oh, wait a minute. Let me get my board straight here. So
I do notice Bates here chipping it in 5th. That's not what you want to do. He's got excess fuel, it sounds like. He's trying to burn it off, but even 5th, that long, it's not ideal. You want to go up to 6th by the end of the long straightaways, and now he comes into pit.
It's dangerously close to the pit entrance right there. He almost clipped the wall coming in.
Well, let's hope he didn't get a speeding penalty for getting that close there.
Palmer in.
That's going to cycle Rayvon to the lead.
The New Jersey native, car number 7, with Matt Skipper just behind. Skipper is a lap down. Sweeney's the next car he has to worry about. In fact, Skipper is in the, let's try and find him here, 20th position. We're starting to see some of those guys that are just a little bit off on pace cycle down to where they're a lap or more down. And Rayvon, I think, letting his Skipper go shows that he's thinking about fuel. As Rambler goes on by. I heard one car crashing. Was that Bates maybe out of the pits? Maybe not. Erickson's in. No, Galloway's in.
I am cycling through people here. I'm not seeing anyone terribly off pace. So I'm not 100% sure what you were hearing there.
Galloway released, and we all continue on. Zach Buchanan in the 5th spot. He's led a lot of this race. Now kind of sitting behind a little bit. 46 laps, led of 147 now run. Yeah, see, there he goes up to 6th gear. He's in the 5th spot. Again, I think he's maybe 1 lap short. The problem now is if this race goes green, these guys have worked themselves into a deficit to the race leader. Rick Rayvon is clear of the field by 2 seconds, and if somebody doesn't work to change that, if these guys don't link up and start going forward, that's not going to change. Rayvon's been running a fantastic pace, and we haven't talked much about him yet today, guys, but he's always been a name that we talk about in these IORL races, and proving, once again, why he's one of those names we talk about, especially here in Indianapolis. He's won several of these races. In fact, one here, I believe, 2 years ago. I'm going to have to fact check that, but I do believe 2 years ago. Was denied a win last year in an incident out of turn 4, I believe, with Reed Sweeney. And the admin sent him to the rear of the field. I believe won here 2 years ago.
Yeah, and sometimes that's just how it plays out with some of these drivers. You might be dominant, and one incident just completely resets your whole day to where it's nigh impossible to claw your way back up. Ray Vaughn is he's maintaining a lead, but it might be shrinking ever so slightly, but that might be him just tucking behind that lap car and riding it out.
Tucked too hard. It looked like he tapped the wall going through the short chute a little bit.
Did he?
I'm not quite sure. I saw him tap the wall just a little bit going through the short chute.
Yeah, he's losing time.
He's going to end up losing a lot of time.
He lost about a second over a lap and a half here to Sweeney.
Sweeney closing in. Rick maybe trying to diagnose the car and baby a little bit while he figures it out, feels it out. Never a good time once you touch the wall on an IndyCar. You've always got to be safe, and there is a little bit of a scrape there on the side pod, I think. I do want to go back and just confirm that 2 years ago, Rick Ray Vaughn did win this race. It was Ray Vaughn over Matt Chubb, over Stephen Ellis, and Trey Shuttlesworth inside the top 5. One other car in there as well, Franklin Ash, who's not in today's race. In fact, other drivers that made the top 10 that day, only Spencer Madden and Bobby Krug that we see in today's event. So certain guys just know how to get it done here at Indianapolis as we take 50 laps to go. I know it took a long time to get to this point, guys, but it's starting to click off one by one very quickly.
I'm not sure if it was a pit stop or anything, but the 57 just dropped way out of the top 10.
Yeah, Ramler's down to 12th. And it was on that last lap, actually. Let's see what happened. Looks like maybe an issue in turns 1 and 2. We'll see on board here with Scottless Rambler what went on. We've seen handling issues all day, and they've been absent for the last half hour. This time gets down to the bottom of the track into the curbing, and that will turn you around every single time. Lucky that wasn't a whole lot bigger.
Well done.
Very incredible save.
Very well done.
Got it put down the access road and kept it off the racing surface, so I guess the admins decided that they were going to keep it green.
Chubb into the pits. Finished second here 2 years ago. And unfortunately, he's on a very oddball strategy. If this race goes green, he's not in it for the win.
If it does go green, might as well keep going full out just to get experience.
Now, to be clear, this is a former champion we're talking about here in Matt Chubb. I'm quite surprised, actually, that he's in this position. We talked to him a little while ago, and I know Zach was privy to talk to him, happened to talk to him after the issues we saw for him. I'm very surprised he's in this kind of situation. I don't recall exactly how he got here, but not ideal. As here we go, Reed Sweeney is caught with Ray Vaughn. Rick's misstep was all Reed needed to draft up to him, and now these two are going to have, I think, a shootout.
It's only going to be interesting with Ray Vaughn trying to nurse those older tires. And it's definitely going to be interesting to see what he can get out of it, considering how much he's trying to stay off the throttle and stay off the walls. And it's probably pushing very tight for him right now.
It was cars 9 and 7 that battled it out here 1 year ago. Ultimately, the win going to neither drivers. There was a crash at a turn 4, and Rick Ray Vaughn let everybody know just how frustrated he was with it. Matt Chubb was credited with the win, and now these two battling once again inside of 50 to go. Sweeney takes over the race lead. It looks like Rick knows that his car is just a little bit off. Let's Reed go on by. Yeah, Rick's not at 100%.
Doesn't look like it.
Whether it's 100% effort right now, 100% ability, or I guess capability within the car, it's not 100%. And he's running very high on the racetrack, maybe not trusting that bottom line. The temperatures, again, we saw them stagnate. They're even trending downwards now as, let's see, we're probably around 2 p.m. in the sim. And we've seen cloud cover for some time. Cars dropping off down to 21 cars in the race, actually 20 cars moving. I'm surprised that he's so high up the racetrack. He must have done some kind of small damage.
It honestly is quite odd. Oh, I'm sorry, Justin.
No, it all goes down to the dirty air thing again, with just how the aerodynamics work with these cars and to keep them on the track. They're running that higher line to get at least half the nose into clean air to maintain a certain level of downforce with the vehicle, so you can get your grip, so then you're not losing control, because we've seen all too many of these incidents being because of dirty air or having a car get sucked around because there's one on the outside. So with all that happening, he's just trying to get clean air out there, trying to maintain some level of control over his quite possible damaged race car.
Note of damage. With Andrew letting us know how the track temp is dropping, it's quite odd seeing how you would run the high side if the track temp is dropping. It's going to be a little more grippy anyway, so you'd be a little more inclined to run the inside line. So he might have a little bit of right side damage after hitting the wall a little bit. It's a very real possibility. You see a lot of battles in the racetrack turn 1.
A lot of various battles throughout the field, you're right. Jordan Buster goes by Scott Lewis Rambler, who's just off right now. Blake Erickson has been blinking in and out, and he's solid now in the 7th spot. Nate Stewart and Zach Buchanan are close. This is for 5th and 6th on the racetrack. We heard they were racing a little while ago. Spencer Ray is in the 4th spot, following Grant Palmer. These guys just all in a line, and these 4, maybe 5 if you count Erickson back there. One car in the wall hard. That's Bryce Rodriguez at a turn 4. This might be the yellow we need. He's trying to get to the safety of pit lane. He will. Smashes into that wall. Smashes into the pit wall. He's out of harm's way, and that damage will disappear on the front stretch. I think we're going to be okay. But where is that? Can we pull up that damage potentially on that? I guess those parts. You see, there's still a little bit of debris on the front stretch. That should disappear when he gets to his pit box. You see those specks on the track.
He has no control over the car. He might not be able to pull into the pit box. He might have to tow.
Yeah, both front tires in that car are destroyed. Let's go back and see how this happened for Bryce. Again, one of the top drivers in the North American Racing League. We usually see him on road courses and GT3 cars. Unfortunately, something's gone wrong for him in his Indy car today. His Dallara IR18 was having a good quiet run, just around the top 10 or so, and unfortunately, this might be contact. Hey, there is contact. Who was he racing with? I think that was that Will Weiser, or was that Dale Weiser, potentially?
It's like just another aero push.
I think it might be Josh Slate.
You know what? You might be right with that. Slate in the 01 car. Yes, it was. Let's see what happens here. This should be turn 3 here. So Slate goes to the inside, and there's contact there. Slate came up off the bottom for sure.
Just a big aero push. It's like we've been talking about the whole night.
There shouldn't be from the bottom though. Let's go to his onboard. There shouldn't be an aero push off the bottom of the racetrack like that.
It's definitely possible.
I guess there is a wake ahead of him.
It's happened to me before, I can tell you that.
He definitely felt the car got tight. We'll have to go back one more time. Watch his hands, specifically right before the contact is made. You'll see, you guys are correct here. Watch his hands. You can tell when he puts more wheel into the car, it's when he feels it start to get tight. He senses the car start to go up the racetrack. So this is turn 3. He's setting Bryce up for this move. Goes into the inside in 4. Watch his hands. When he increased that wheel into the car, that's when he feels it get tight. And he pushes up into Bryce Rodriguez and ends the 27's day, ultimately.
Yeah, he's just coming through the short chute, and the wake of the car in front of him disturbed the air. He made a beautiful crossover move, but the aerodynamics of the car just didn't really work out too well in his favor, and it ultimately ended up pushing him up into the 27. Like we've been talking about, dirty aero push, it's highly possible. The side force of the car definitely contributes to the aero push as well. So that's one reason why he did push up off the bottom. It has happened to me quite a few times, and it's been real nasty to try and avoid, because you can end your race and somebody else's very easily, as we just saw.
So we continue on. Reed Sweeney, your leader, by about 7/10, and so some stuff happening behind these guys. Ray Vaughn making a move there on, I believe that's Will Weiser. Yes, it is. Will, we haven't talked about him the entire day, but started 11th, currently 20th spot, but as low as 24th. He's been quiet, but quietly consistent, keeping the car running, as now Ramblers in the pit lane. Again, this is about 5 laps earlier than I think is manageable, and really more so like 7. This is a problem for Scott. He is not going to be in a competitive stance by the end of this race. If it goes green.
One more stop.
Yeah,
he's definitely going to have to make another stop.
Yep, this is going to be where these guys get their money stopped. They're now down to their final stop when they come back in. If this race goes green, we are looking for a stop at or around lap 170. I think 169 might be manageable, especially if you're in the draft and in a higher fuel map. You might even see 168 for some of these guys that are willing to stretch it. Otherwise, you want to see 170, 171, maybe even 172 or 173 if you can swing it, as Dale Weiser and Matt Chubb go nose to tail. And Erickson is in. This is way too early.
Well, this is where I want to ask the question for both of you and get your opinion on the matter. Do we see some drivers short pit in hopes for a yellow, or do we see some drivers try to stretch it past the mark and save fuel now so they can push at the end?
I think if anything, you want the yellow now. I think you keep racing, hoping a yellow comes out in this green run. That would trap more cars a lap down and actually help you more.
Very true.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Short pitting at this particular moment, when you are completely uncertain whether or not a caution is going to fly, that will, say it goes green, it'll break your race. And for some of these drivers, it's just something that they cannot, they just can't do.
I think that would only help if you're maybe Rick Ray Vaughn trying to get damage fixed sooner and you're trying to get back to Reed Sweeney, or if maybe you're somebody else locked in a battle and you're trying to hopscotch past them to the pit lane. You're trying to actually use an undercut to pass. Otherwise, I really don't see where a short pit's going to help today. Stephen Ellis here going by Scottless Rambler. Rambler's now 1 lap down. Ellis was that car ahead of Josh Slate, and Slate has now caught him. So this is a battle for the 8th spot. Slate with a big run. He will go down to the inside and make this pass by the corner, dragging his teammate Jordan Buster along with. These are 2 guys I've never seen before in my life, Josh Slate and Jordan Buster. They're doing good as far as just using this race to put themselves in a good spot by the end of it. They're just positioning themselves at least for a top 10. And sometimes when you're new to a race like this, new to a league like this, that's all you can ask for.
Yeah, keeping your nose clean. I mean, minus the one little incident just happened a little while ago with Slate. Keeping quiet, honestly, is a very solid strategy, because it goes back to what I was saying earlier in the broadcast and earlier in this race. You want to keep it nice. And, yeah, yellow?
We got
Matt
a yellow.
Skipper.
Oh.
This changes everything.
This really affects
this is right in the window.
And
this changes everything. I think those that pit under this yellow are going to be okay. And you're right, that does cut down on lead lap cars. That's 12 cars in the lead lap. Those guys that are 1 lap down should have a chance to get their wave around. Skipper here tracks wide, catches the wall, and is going to a massive crash.
That is a very big impact, and he is lucky not to collect anybody else. You think he has a faster pair of cylinders?
Right on the racing line.
No, I recall that car. Remember, he was broadside when Wenner came through. He's done.
Yes, that is true. But look at the backs now. We've only got 12 cars on the lead lap. This really falls right in the window. You better pop that car in engine map 8 and hope you can save enough fuel, because you are looking.
They'll be good. I think.
To make to the end.
Again, we were looking at 168, 169 as the money stop lap for some of these guys if they wanted to pit soon, and certainly in the case of Buchanan and Ray, they were going to have to. I'm confident the field should be good from here to the end. It's going to be close. I think they're going to have to run fuel map 8 certainly under yellow, and maybe even fuel map 2 or 3 under green, but we should be good.
This caution essentially resets the field.
Yep.
Because it's about 2 for formation, or 2 for catching up to the pace car, 1 for the pit,
yep,
and then 1 for the formation.
It should set them for the rest of the way.
They're coming in this time. So they'll pit on 168 onto 169. They'll have caution laps. There we go. They'll be fine. What I am concerned about is those guys that just pitted and are going to have to get a wave around. We're talking about Matt Chubb, Dale Weiser, Blake Galloway, Blake Erickson, Scott List, Rambler, Chris Walker. I think Erickson might be okay with how soon he pitted before the yellow. He can save fuel under the stop, but those other guys, they're in trouble if we don't get a yellow.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be interesting because they just came in for fuel and tires. I'm assuming tires. So, is it possible? Do the IndyCars have the same type of thing with the NASCAR rules? Say like with the lucky dog, where
no.
So there is no lucky dog, but we've seen wave arounds today. The league tends to get cars around the pace car at least once. That is a very nice thing that IORL tries to do more often than not. So we should see those guys that, and there is the wave around. You don't get a lucky dog, but there is the wave around anyway. So those guys that just pitted, they will stack up behind the pace car. And since every lead lap car pitted, they are now in front of the leader, and they will be allowed to pass the safety car, just like Formula One. Actually, if there is a lead lap car, or sorry, a lap down car between the safety car and the leader, they are allowed to pass.
Yes.
Yeah, so we do get that wave round if that's what you're asking, but there isn't technically a lucky dog.
Well, I wasn't saying, like, what I was meaning was, can the wave around cars also pit underneath this caution period?
No.
They cannot.
If they do decide to pit, which of course is obviously up to them, if they decide to pit, it's going to end up revoking their chance at a wave around, and they will have to start tail end as a lap down club.
Okay.
That is the downside of being a wave around car. You can get back on the lead lap and get back to contending with those leaders, but you are going to be at the deficit on tires and on gas, and if you think it's the move to make, I say go for it, as we see a lot of guys actually coming back down pit road to top off on fuel.
We see Bates in. Several of them, yeah. Bates leads the charge. Buchanan comes in. Ray, Buster, Ellis, Madonia, and Cuthbertson all coming down the pit lane. Here's Cuthbertson's on board. He had just had an issue recently where I think he might have hopped the fence and knocked something out of alignment. Yeah, 4.63 seconds. These guys getting fuel only and heading back out. Ray as well, 3.6 seconds. Madonia. And now with them topping off here at 170, they are all plenty good. I think even those 7, or I guess 5 that stayed out, Sweeney, Ravon, Palmer, Stewart, and Slate, they should still be good. And I think that's why you see those guys that, especially if Ravon and Stewart are staying out, they know they're good.
Yeah, and especially if they've been saving while behind the pace car. If they have been saving, they are good.
I think the guys that decided to go down pit road are thinking maybe, just maybe, top off a little bit more, have a little extra fuel to burn, be able to push a little bit harder. Because I think a lot of these guys, just to be on the safe side, are going to pop it into engine map 2 throughout maybe 15 laps of this 30-lap run, just to be on the safe side with their fuel. Whereas the guys who just topped off on fuel are probably going to stick it in 1 and drive it the rest of the way. I think Buchanan, for one, he's in full send mode, really, when he's the leader. I think now that he's gotten that top off, he's just going to be full send mode for the rest of the way around.
So our field bunches up behind the pace car through turns 3 and 4. And the IORL Indianapolis 500 will be back underway. It took a long time for us to get here. A lot of handling troubles early in the day, but now, with 30 laps to go, we turn things back over to the heroes of the online racing world, and we put the restart in the hands of Reed Sweeney. The green flag will fly, and we are racing for 30 more laps at Indianapolis. A move for the race lead, Ravon down to the bottom, and he will take that top spot away from Sweeney. Swings right back in front of him. Palmer there as well. Big moves already.
That swing right there for the lead kind of threw Sweeney off a little bit. So
Yeah,
I'm taking
and-
a weird line going to 3.
And underneath that caution, I think Ray Vaughn actually still had his quick repair, if I'm not mistaken. If
Ray Vaughn
fixed his stuff.
So Ray Vaughn has used it.
Okay.
Let me see. Let me just confirm this. Yeah, so Ray Vaughn has used it. Sweeney, Palmer, and Stewart have not. Buster has not. And a problem for Brendan Madonia, he might have to use it. He is well off pace to turn 3. Madonia has not used it. Chubb has not used it. So how about drivers that have used it? Let's go ahead and set this straight. Drivers that have used it up in the front. Give me a moment to find the speed shot. Drivers that have used it. Rick Ray Vaughn, Josh Slate, Spencer Ray, Stephen Ellis, Timothy Bates, Scottless Rambler, Blake Galloway, Chris Walker, Will Weiser, and Bryce Rodriguez. So Rodriguez is back on track after his tow, but he did have to sacrifice his fast repair. So he's back on the racetrack. He hadn't used it yet, surprisingly. He is some, 8 laps down, though. So, again, drivers that have used it in, say, the top 10 now. Ray Vaughn, Slate, Ray, Ellis, and Rambler. They've all used their fast repair.
The top 10, really?
But, I mean, still Sweeney, Palmer, Stewart, they haven't. Buster hasn't. Buchanan hasn't. So it's about split.
Well, with Ray Vaughn getting his car repaired from whatever it was, it might have been old tires, it seems like he's back in the leading form that he has taken over that green run. So let's see if Sweeney or any of the top 5 will have anything for Ray Vaughn, because he is looking quite dominant through these late stages.
Well, now we're good on time. We know how far we're going. These guys know what the deal is. There's no pit stops left. They know what they've got unless we get a caution. They're going to play this chess match. Sweeney, Palmer, Stewart, Slate, Ray, they're going to sit back. They're going to save what they can here. Although if you are behind, it looks like Stewart, you're starting to fall out of the draft. So Slate, Ray, Buster, they've got to get back on it. They've got to get back up on the wheel and actually use their stuff up for a little bit. Your top 4, though, they're going to sit in line like this, do the swerve on the straightaways, and just try and get to the end.
And if I'm not mistaken, the draft length that the hole that the cars punch in the air is about 1 second. Is that correct?
It's about 1 second. It's anywhere between 8 tenths to about a second or 1.1 seconds, depending when it comes down to the tow. It's best case scenario is if you can stay within about 8 tenths, you are looking to remain pretty solid.
So if it seems like everyone behind Ray Vaughn, it seems like all of them are within that cushion of air from one another. So
if you look through the field, you're not wrong. Second is about 3 tenths back. Ninth is about 6 tenths back Palmer in third spot is 6 tenths back, about 5 tenths back from Sweeney, and then they're all in a bit of a bubble. I think the closest on-track battle that we have right now is Slate and Ray, who are fighting for 5th and 6th at the moment, and Buster and Buchanan are fighting for 7th and 8th.
that is very true. And it looks like Slate has possibly lost the draft from Stewart by trying to defend against Ray.
Here they are. And this battle, they've certainly distanced themselves from the leaders in the wrong way. 2 teammates now in Slate and Buster might be able to gang up on Ray and make some time up, but those guys up front sitting in a single file line, they're going to start to run away. And now you see Spencer Ray trying to prioritize the draft from Nate Stewart. He is just outside of a second back. And Stewart has no room to fall back. Ray and Stewart could work together, but there's no way, I think, that if Stewart lets off and helps Spencer, it's actually Nate nearly clobbered the wall there. He's starting to fall back. We might only have 3 cars in the lead draft. Yeah, Stewart's over a second back now.
I think one thing a lot of people need to remember when it comes to Indianapolis and IndyCar is this track, and this is going to sound a little odd saying it, drives like a road course in some aspects. If you spend too much time fighting with someone in the wrong areas of the racetrack for the wrong amount of times, you can say, you're gonna lose a lot of time to the leading car. You pick the wrong time. Well, true, but there's a lot of racetracks where it's easier to make it up at. Indianapolis is one of the more difficult tracks to make it up at, because if you're out of the draft for too long, you're gonna lose it. It's gonna be very difficult to even get back up to the front, even if you're full swing, full send, just trying to get back up there. Ooh, this changes.
Will Weiser and Stephen Ellis.
Ooh.
That was just outside the top 10, if I'm not mistaken, or actually it might have been just
inside.
tail end
It
of
was,
the top 10.
Ellis was 9th. And once again, this will change everything, but it's a whole lot less, I think, race changing at this point, of course. Ellis on his own here, racing in the 9th position. Tags the outside wall a little bit there. He's just a little bit off, way too low.
Knocks out the toe.
And yeah, he's done.
And back down the racetrack. Luckily, nobody else was involved.
Something happened to the double O, I think, earlier.
Yeah, as far as we know.
Something had happened to Will Weiser earlier.
He is back on track, though. The 00 of Weiser, he is back on track.
So let's watch this whole thing develop for Stephen Ellis. And I think, obviously, the point you'll want to watch is the exit of turn 1 when he collapsed the wall just a little bit. It doesn't seem like he's all that close to Zach Buchanan, but the FOV of this camera really is doing a whole lot for it. It's definitely a lot closer than it looks from here. And it's just enough of a narrow push to mess with the handling of this car. I don't see his hands go back and forth as if it's loose. He just gets a little bit tight. And I think opened the wheel up too much. Really didn't even get all that tight. He just miscalculated and touches the wall.
Exactly.
The car is off and the wall.
And once we get down to these later laps of this race, a lot of mental fatigue can happen to these drivers. With the early cautions, it kind of throws off your groove. You're not as focused as you were. And then you have a long green flag run where you are focused on hitting your marks, getting the apexes, getting everything right. Once you get down to the last 30, 25, 20, 15, that's when your brain starts kind of melting everything together and you lose a little bit of that mental focus. So misjudging an apex is very well in the cards for a lot of these drivers.
Pit stop's underway too. You can see from Buchanan's stop that it was only 7.8 seconds, and same for Romer and Chubb, and they're all just taking a bit faster stops. I think what they're doing is they're trying to just take tires. They're all aware they can make it to the end on fuel, so they're just going to try to keep the car lighter, put some tires on it, and see what they can do with it.
Somebody that we've talked a lot about in the last 50 laps, but have not talked to just yet today, and he's been in the discussion each of the last 2 years in this race, is Rick Ravon. And Rick, I know last year was its own special circumstances, but throw last year out of the window, and, well, you won the most recent race other than that. You won 2020, you were in the conversation to win last year, and you're in the conversation to win again today. Why are you so darn good at Indianapolis?
Oh, I don't know, brother. I mean, I don't know. I love this place. I've been obsessed with this place since 1982, and I have about 1 million laps under my belt here. And I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I love Indianapolis, brother. What can I tell you? You know.
Well, it's been a long race of positioning yourself for this kind of moment. We got a lot of green flag racing in after a lot of yellow flag racing. How do you manage what we've seen with the handling issues today? What we're going to see, I think, with a lot of big moves to the end now that everybody's good on fuel by more than enough laps. How do you manage the rest of this race?
Yeah, it's been difficult. I mean, this track today, the setup, the weather, it's been extremely aero dependent, and it's very difficult to pass somebody if they're feeding you dirty air. So it's been quite a challenge. I guess we have, I'm trying to look here, next time by it'll be 18 laps to go. I'm just going to do the best I can to feed Reed, dirty air back there now that we can all make it on the fuel. And hopefully we'll be in front when the checkered flag flies and we'll put that Gould charge in victory lane.
And, of course, we've theorized a lot about what you guys have been dealing with in the cars, but describe it for us. What have you had to do differently with the handling issues and the track temp?
A lot of throttle control, a lot of, trying to stay out of the car that you're following's wake. It's so difficult. They're spreading out by about 6, 7 tenths of a second throughout the entire field. It's really hard to reel up on somebody. Just got to do the best you can and, manipulate the throttle and try to keep it on the dance floor.
Well, Rick, thanks for your time here as you get ready to go back after it. 18 laps to go. Best of luck to you. Go ahead and hang on for this one.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Rick Ravon in perfect position that you want to be in. I think at this point, you can theorize about what position you might want to be in for a last lap battle, but as far as when you're about to restart the race inside of 20 to go, you always want to be first.
Very true. So, but sometimes being in front can also be the goose position there, where you're just waiting to get cooked. So we're gonna have to see how Ravon
takes this. The goose position where you're just waiting to get. I've never heard that. I like that a lot.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
With 18 laps.
Final coffin in the nail.
18 laps to go. Green flag in Barney's hand at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And there we go. You see that the gooseneck start, if you will, from the goose position. Green flag is back out at Indy.
Look at them fighting to turn one. 3 wide.
3 wide, pinching through the second corner. And they sort that out. Rick Ravon, Reed Sweeney moving aggressively up and down in a big crash. Chris Walker, Blake Erickson, and more. Actually, really, just Chris Walker right now.
He lost.
No caution.
Tire coming through too.
No
Still
caution.
Green.
Look at our top two. Grant Palmer has gone on by Reed Sweeney. The red and white GameStop 30 to the inside. A drag race down the front stretch at Indy.
Neither of them giving up any ground. Ravon trying to hold up on the top side there.
He is squeezing him.
And he is clear. New leader, Palmer.
Ravon has a good launch. Oh, he's going to fall back in line. With that draft coming up, he's going to take it right to the outside, going through 3. They are side by side once again.
Going wide. Oh, very
tight.
close to the wall.
Ooh, but Sweeney about to tap the wall a little bit.
See the top of the field come on through turns 3 and 4. Rick Ravon now following Grant Palmer. A whole lot of options for these drivers, but which do they elect to go with? Reed Sweeney sitting back watching this battle. Ravon goes way wide in turn 1, but he's been doing that just about the entire second half of this race, where he goes wide in the first corner, cuts back down to the second, and it makes up time there on Grant Palmer, puts him in a good spot to draft as one car is slow. Nate Stewart, our pole sitter, in trouble.
He locks it down, keeps it out of the wall on the inside, backs it up. He's going to get back going. We stay green.
No caution for car 4. I don't see much damage for the driver out of Kentucky. And he is now counting on a yellow flag. A battle for the race lead, side by side.
Ravon might have an advantage going into turn 1 here.
Where do you give just a little bit? They are...
Sweeney taking a very wide line.
I think he's just trying to figure out who to go with, who's going to have the better run coming off of 2.
I think he's searching for clean air on that nose of his car there. Still side by side for the lead. Sweeney is closing.
If you're Sweeney, you want draft on the straights, you want clean air in the corners, and he goes high that time to get it. Still side by side for the top 2, though. Palmer down low, Ravon up top. 15 laps the last time, now 14 laps to go.
Palmer clears him. He's going to shoot it right down to the bottom, but Ravon's going to have a huge run. He's going to clear going into walking.
Not quite clear. It's not going to happen. Contact! They crash for the lead! Sweeney's in it! Palmer's in it!
I knew it was going to happen. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to jinx it, but I knew it was going to happen.
Palmer's done. Actually, no, Palmer has a fast repair. Ravon does not. Sweeney has one. So out of this crash, effectively, Ravon is out. We had just spoken with him.
Someone had to give at some point, and it ended up being both of them, unfortunately.
Just was not clear going into turn 1. I have a feeling that Ravon thought that Palmer was going to back out of that because he didn't have an angle going into turn 1.
The New Jersey native, unfortunately, going to have to pull down to the inside of turn 2, pump the brakes, and call it a day. He was involved in a last lap crash last year, was sent to the back for having been determined to have caused the incident, In fact, that was an incident with Reed Sweeney, who was collected in this. Grant Palmer, the red car. Rick Ravon, the blue car, and Reed Sweeney, the yellow car. What in the world happens on this front stretch? You see Ravon tuck in behind the 30, get a great run, goes to the top side. Still holding Palmer down, though, so they both got to adjust up the racetrack to get an angle for the corner. Palmer's lower and just misses it. I mean, he just made a mistake.
There seemed to be a little bit of net code there, too.
I was about to say something about that. It looked like there was maybe a quarter of a car in between that came in between them.
That's just the game you play at 230 miles an hour, and you've got to make sure there's room for that. When you're going 220 at a turn one, you've got to make sure you have room, and if you miss the bottom line by that much, as Grant Palmer did, I mean, you could have fit a car beneath him. You're playing with fire, and Palmer just made a mistake, and I mean, you can say netcode, sure, but when you're a complete car off the white line, I don't know what you're expecting. And of course, it's not intentional, but I mean, there's gonna be a crash there regardless.
I guess a lot of these drivers can just kind of just clap their hands and be like, "That's Indy, baby."
Yeah. And what sucks for Rick? I mean, Grant just got tight. Rick passed him, but held him low, so Grant couldn't get an angle into the corner. Pushed up as soon as he turned the wheel, and Rick was turning in as if Palmer was going to have room. And I think maybe both drivers could have been in different spots, and that wouldn't have happened. Let's watch it from Sweeney's perspective. Not a whole lot else to see.
No, but with Sweeney coming up, he had a huge run with the draft of those two guys, and unfortunately, he just gets caught up in this. Just nowhere for him to go.
He was just a sitting duck for everything. He was waiting for one of them to make a mistake, and he was going to sneak through the window. Unfortunately, that window closed way too fast.
Just a wrong place situation there.
Sweeney's back on the track. Palmer's waiting on a tow, and Rick Ravon is going to be done.
That is very unfortunate for those guys. One thing I do want to know, though, is what happened to, I think it was Walker on the restart coming through, too. Lost a tire, spun around. Do we know what's going on with him?
He's out of the race. He's 6 laps down. That's that. Steven Ellis is out. Will Weiser is still in the race, albeit 4 laps down. Cuthbertson, the only car 1 lap down. And he's actually just, I guess he was just 2 laps down. He's getting a lap back here, so he'll be able to catch up to these guys and tag on to the back end, albeit in 14th, 1 lap down. And we had 32 cars to start. All of the handling issues throughout the day have really thinned this field. We're down to, again, 13 on the lead lap. Sweeney's the last of them. I'm glad Nate Stewart's back in this lead group. I'm glad a yellow came out for him because he was in a real tough spot after his spin out of 2 and is suddenly back into this race.
For sure, and with this caution, and with Ravon getting unfortunately knocked out, it kind of leaves the door open for a lot of good drivers that have been up front all day to duke it out for the last 11, 10 laps. So we got Spencer Ray, we got Josh Slate, Scott List-Reimler again. Bates, Buchanan rounding out your top 5.
Is it too
Rambler was all but out of this, and he's suddenly in 3rd. Go ahead, Zach.
Is it too early for last-minute picks to see who might actually want to win this race?
Oh man,
it's Indianapolis, man. Anything's gonna what's that rule?
Any car on the lead lap has a shot?
Oh no, I was gonna say that anything that can go wrong will go wrong.
That is Murphy's Law.
It's Indianapolis. They almost go hand in hand. It's kind of like Daytona, Talladega. So
it ain't over till the checkered flag flies.
Indeed.
However, we're falling into the realm of if we get into the caution too soon, it's going to end the race.
Too late, rather.
We're too late. Because anything within, I think, 3 laps, I think at lap 198. Oh,
it's a super speedway, technically, in the eyes of iRacing.
But so a quickie yellow can be called. These guys can hustle it. In the name of competition, they can try and get a 1-lap shootout. So, I think if there's a caution, once you hit 197, you're in trouble. they can get the race potentially restarted at that point, you're really looking to get your last yellow, called and on the track by 196, and you should be able to restart the race. 197's cutting it close, depending on when the field catches the pace car.
And 198, I think, is where it will be cut off. Correct. So 198, if there's a caution, race is over.
Yeah, at that point, I don't think the admins even can deny lead lap cars a chance to pit. If they had full control over this race, like real race control, for example, they could say, all right, no pitting, we're just going to line them up and go. But where iRacing has certain procedures you have to go through, lead lap and lap down cars have to be offered a chance to pit in between a cool down lap from the yellow and a formation lap that's at least 3 laps. I don't think that can be changed, as this is our 13th yellow for 33 laps now. 28 lead changes. I think we're about to see a few more. As Spencer Ray is your race leader, we will get the green flag with 10 laps to go. It's danger zone time if we get yellows, and Spencer Ray takes control with the race lead. 10 laps to go at Indianapolis. A battle already for second. Josh Slate, Scott List, Rambler. Rambler's on the outside of the blue car. Slate the gray and red.
He's going to have a huge run coming off of 2. They're side by side for second. Oh, he's coming up. He's coming up.
Yeah, the tow from Ray there. That helped him defend that position against Rambler.
That was very close.
Now Slate is taking a shot at the lead here. See if he can get the run off of 4.
Side by side, they're going down the front stretch. Slate falling back into that second spot. I say falling back, staying in that second spot. Ray hanging on to the race lead. Timothy Bates in this conversation. Zach Buchanan only a second back of the leaders. That time, Ray a little high through the corner. That's going to push Slate back a little bit. Now he gets back down to that bottom line. This on board with Josh Slate. You can see he's opened up a gap to Rambler. And now third place might be out of it. First and second can leapfrog here if they get to it.
Very, very close going through the second short shoot. Coming back onto the straightaway. It's going to be 8 laps to go at the line there.
Slate has the momentum. He's going for it.
They are side by side. This is play.
Josh Slate, from what I can tell, a rookie in this series. Spencer Ray, a new admin. He's been around for a couple of years in that position. He's not won many races. He enters today as one of the only top 5 drivers, I think the only top 5 driver without a win this season. I can't remember a race that he has won.
He's got a nose out in front going into turn 3. See if he can hold that momentum on the high side here.
Slate does, but Ray's this driver that's been in here for so long. Slate's the rookie. Ray's been here for a long time. He's been chasing wins, and certainly he's been chasing this one. Hasn't notched it yet.
They're still side by side. This is great racing.
Deja vu from the lap before.
Just be quiet. Knock on wood.
They're both a second clear of third and fourth. So close through 1 and 2.
Oh, they are wheel to wheel.
Ooh.
So close again. That time Slate gives more room. They're locked.
Another drag race.
They're locked in this battle. Meanwhile, drivers behind snaking, trying to do anything they can to catch back up. Slate noses ahead for turn 3. One car might have grazed the wall, but we keep racing. Positions changing. Dale Weiser, Brennan Madonia, they're side by side. This is for 7th, and it seems like we're getting to that cutoff lap, guys. We're to the point where if we get a yellow, we might not get restarted. More of a gaggle. Madonia's slow.
Chubb and Sweeney battling it out for pretty much the points.
Back on board with Spencer Ray. 6 laps to go. Last time, Spencer going to drop in behind Josh Slate. They're going to move around.
Back to the bottom. We're getting to the cutoff right here at this lap.
This is amazing.
I think we've got 1 or 2 laps more where we can get a yellow flag if we see one. And Slate lunges to the inside. Ray shuts the door and is going to open up a bit of a gap. I think the last thing you want to do, though, is open a gap.
Then he can build up that big run.
Oh, here he comes with another run. He's going straight to the outside.
I think he should have waited until the back straightaway to build a big run.
Nah,
instead of trying to battle him out.
He didn't want the arrow push. He wants to keep this run side by side. He wants to keep it going.
These two have 2 seconds to third. I think at this point you want to sit second behind him, behind whoever takes the point. Oh, and a crash! Caution is out with 5 laps to go. Brendan Madonia is junked.
This changes everything.
We
gotta
should get
quick
restarted
yellow.
with 1 or 2 laps to go. Let's quickly get a look at what happens here. We briefly mentioned Madonia and some of these other drivers in this battle, and Justin.
I think he just stepped out.
Justin, this is perfectly on that cutoff.
Oh, this is gonna get interesting.
It's gonna happen out of 2. He's up the racetrack. Just never had anything for the corner.
Just off the line in those marbles.
Wow.
Oh.
That was a huge impact.
See that one more time.
I don't know if I want to. That was.
You're right, Logan. Cautions do breed cautions, and in this case, it's a big one. It's race altering. No pit stops yet from our leaders. They're all staying out, keeping the track position. Stewart had recently pitted. Unsure why. Madonia just up the racetrack, tags the wall, and that is one hellacious impact.
You know, that gives me shades of Joey Logano at one of the Brickyard 400s. I think it was 2 years ago.
Keselowski?
All right, was it Keselowski?
Yeah, I believe so.
That is my fault then. Yes, it gives me shades of that.
You could absolutely say Joey Logano, considering last year.
That's very true.
Curb. He hit that wall a ton.
This will be 3 laps to go. We're hoping to see pace car lights extinguished. Let's take the onboard of Slate and see if that's the case.
A natural green-white finish.
Pace car lights extinguished. There we go. We
Natural
will
green-white checkered.
We will have 2 laps to settle this. If we get a caution the first lap, that's it. Race over. If we get a caution at all, it's race over. The second lap of the restart, we shouldn't see one, but yeah, we shouldn't see one per iRacing rules. It should go green. Oh boy.
All right.
Let's not talk caution talk. I want to see this race finish under green.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll give you the lowdown on your top 5 here. So, first in your restart is Josh Slate, followed by Spencer Ray, Timothy Bates, Scottless Ramler, and Jordan Buster. This is gonna be very hot. This is gonna be turn the oven up to 12, guys. This is gonna be amazing.
12 degrees.
Yeah, sure.
So the drivers that you have able to win this race, your top 14 are on the lead lap. You heard the top 5 there from Justin. To reiterate, you got Slate, Ray, Bates, Rambler, and Buster, your top 5. Then it's Sweeney, Buchanan, Weiser, and then Chubb and Galloway, your top 10. Cuthbertson's mired in 11th. Then Erickson, Stewart, and Palmer, 14th. Will Weiser still on the track. He is 15th, catching back up to the field. Brennan Madonia is in the pit lane, done. Rick Ray Vaughn is done. Steven Ellis is done. So, 14 cars on the lead lap, 15 total on the track. I think you've got to be top 5, realistically, if you want a chance to win this race without a crash. But we've seen crazier things at Indianapolis so many times before. Josh Slate, your race leader. It's a natural green-white checkered in the 13th running of the IORL Indianapolis 500, and the green flag is back out for the final time. Already separation between second and third. Bates and Rambler fall back. Rambler to the inside. This is the battle for third spot as your leaders get nose to tail.
Buchanan tapped the wall coming off of 2.
It was side by side. Ray makes the pass. Now nose to tail. I think Josh Slate is gearing up for one big run on this final lap, Justin.
Yeah, here we go.
A crash! Will we get the yellow? Will this race be called official? I think we're good. All cars have been cleared. White flag is out, presented by Whiplash Sim Cams.
Slate going to the high side, going into turn 1. He's going into the short chute, still side by side with Ray. Still side by side through turn 2. Who gets the run?
So close. They are side by side going on the backstretch.
Locked.
No, here we go, going into
Slate with the advantage.
Ray points back ahead in turn 3. He's got the better line. through turn 4. Josh Slade's going to have to set something up out of the final corner, and we are going to have a drag race to the checkered flag of the Indianapolis 500. Spencer Ray ahead. Josh Slade's going to try a move. Side by side to the line. Slade gets the 13th running of the IORL Indianapolis 500.
8/1000ths of a second. He had him right at the line. He timed it perfectly.
Perfect run out of turn 4 out of Slate. Tucked
And
in ever so
Spencer Ray
slightly.
has to go down another year without a win.
Oh, what a finish.
What a thriller.
I mean, crushing disappointment for Spencer Ray, and you couldn't be more excited if you're on the other side of that. Josh Slate set that up perfectly. I think Spencer nearly had it. There's just not much you can do. You're a sitting duck out of turn 4 Indy every single time.
Where did Josh Slate start this race, though?
Somewhere mid-pack, I believe.
27th position. There is a hard charger award sponsored by Jake Walsh, and that might be it. I mean, there's not much more that you could do. 27th to 1st to win Indianapolis.
Oh, wow. Yeah, but if I were Spencer Ray, I would not hang my head. That was beautiful.
And Spencer even denying himself an opportunity to be in the customary podium picture. As you can see them staging for it on the front stretch. Ramblers there. Spencer chucked his car and might have to be edited in post. Yeah, that's... I can understand the frustration, but you're denying yourself to be second in a podium finish. Well, a podium picture, rather, at Indianapolis. And Josh Slate's going to take a very slow celebration here. But imagine he lights these rears up in a second.
Oh, I'm hoping he does.
It's the Indy 500, baby. You got to give us a smoke
Come on,
shot.
drift the access road.
Oh, come on. We see you. Aww.
He will not do a burnout.
That's all right. Hey, he actually might be low on fuel. We don't know.
You never know.
I don't see Josh Slate in the Discord. No, I do. He's in there with Ellis, Madonia, Buster, and himself. And let's go ahead and bring in driver of the 01. And Josh, I have never once seen your name before in the International Online Racing League. You're at least new to me, maybe not new to the series, but this has got to feel pretty big. This has to feel like the top, at least, of online motorsports, at least in this series. You win at Indianapolis. How?
If we're going to be honest, this is my first full Indy 500 and my first race in IORL. So Zach Buchanan, Stephen Ellis, Jordan Buster, Brendan Madonia, they all hooked me up here. I've been talking to them for a while, and it's just surreal. Being able to, I crashed on like lap 4, and I came over to Discord. I was like, it's over. Like, I was ticked off, and to come back and win the thing in an event like that, just passing on the outside, that battle with Spencer was nuts, back and forth for however many laps. It's awesome, but I can't really put it into words. This is big.
An entire battle to the end, to the caution first of all, and then the green-white checkered. It seems like you and Spencer were just trying to position yourselves just right, testing what you could and couldn't do, testing how to get a run just the right way. What did you know you had to do, or what were you trying to do on that last restart?
I spent, for the first 100 laps, it was a learning experience. I told myself I was going to try to teach myself a lot and just kind of use it and go to school in the last 50 laps. That caution with like 30-something to go saved us, and all 3 of my teammates went on a different strategy. I went on this strategy and stayed out, and it ultimately worked for us. I knew I had to keep them pinned down on the bottom when I was running the top, but I wanted the top. I was good there all race long. That's where I made pretty much all of my passes. I don't think I made a pass on the bottom all race.
At the end of the day, 5 laps led. It's just enough with 9/1000ths of a second across the line. This is one hell of a way to start your IORL career. Where do you go from here? I mean, do you make a full run out of this, at least for the Fall Cup later in the year? Do we see you back for years to come? I mean, now you have to defend this thing at least next year.
Yeah, you'll see me back here next year. It's an awesome event Zach puts on, and the whole IORL group. It's a pretty cool event. I've seen it a lot over the past couple of years. Got on iRacing, I guess, in the midst of COVID, and just been loving it since. And yeah, I'll be back here. And in terms of running a full year, we'll see what happens. But I can promise you I'll be back next.
And I'll be fully honest, when I see new names pop in here that I haven't seen before, oftentimes there's somebody Zach knows through karting. How did you hear about the International Online Racing League? Are you from karting, and what do you do in the real world? Tell us about it.
Yeah, so like I said, my buddy Stephen Ellis, Brendan Madonia, they all linked me up with Zach and said that he had this league, and was like, screw it, I'll try to race. And you look at the qualifying charts, I qualified 29th. I was slow, and it was just learning a lot. So met up through Zach pretty much through a Facebook Messenger group chat, but in the real life, I'm a junior at Randolph-Macon College. Well, today was my last day of class, so I guess I'm officially a senior. So Randolph-Macon College, just north of Richmond, Virginia. Work with a ARCA team and Mullins Racing, so doing that a little bit and just trying to make my name for myself out here, trying to work in the NASCAR world here in the coming years.
Hey, well, congratulations on a year well done in college. I know the summer's got to feel pretty good. That last class, getting that off your shoulders, got to feel just about as good as winning the Indy 500. And best of luck to you. One more year of college. Best of luck to you in the NASCAR industry. It is a tough one, but I think you got what it takes. And congratulations tonight here at Indianapolis. Cannot wait to see more of you the rest of this fall.
I appreciate it. Now I'm going to go chug some milk.
Josh Slate going to go ahead and get himself a cold glass of leche and cool down after this one. He deserves it. He really deserves it. He could take a milk bath for all whatever it matters. He would deserve it after this one. Just that far ahead of Spencer Ray. Let's go ahead and break down our full race results, though, guys. Finishing first, of course, we've seen it. Josh Slate out front. Spencer Ray, 9/1000ths of a second shy of a race win in Indianapolis. Scott List Rambler, a second back than Timothy Bates, Reed Sweeney, complete your top five. A much cleaner finish, at least, for Reed this year. Jordan Buster, Josh's teammate, goes sixth. Then it's Zach Buchanan, Matt Chubb, Nate Stewart, a top 10, and Grant Palmer goes 10th.
Uh, 11th being Blake Galloway, 12th Blake Erickson. Blake's finishing right behind each other. 13th being Dale Weiser. 14th, Kyle. Oh, jeez.
Cuthbertson.
Okay, I'll go with that. 15th being Will Weiser. Oh, jeez. I'm having troubles here. 16th being Brendan Madonia. 17th, Rick Ravon. And then 18th being Chris Walker, 19th Stephen Ellis, 20th Bryce Rodriguez.
And then running through the back of the field, you got 21st being the 14th of Matt Skipper, followed by in 22nd Matt Walters, two Matts finishing next to each other. 23rd Joey Bailey, 24th Eric McCarthy, 25th Thomas Weiner, okay. Excuse my mispronunciations. 26th being Andrew Maybach. 27th being Cole Freilich. 28th, unfortunately, bad luck for Trey Patton. Buddies here at Pit Stop TV. 29th being Bobby Krug. 30th being Jake Walsh. And then rounding out the rest of the field, and 31st is Corey Rexford, and 32nd, William Avery.
32 cars started, and definitely not 32 of them finishing, but it was a race of attrition as per always here at Indianapolis. Glad to have had you here for it. Don't go just yet. Give us a short break, a short transfer, short break. We'll grab some water, get a drink here, and we'll be right back with some more post-race interviews, more post-race coverage here from the 13th running of the IORL Indianapolis 500. So much more to talk about on the way. Stick with us here at Indy.
Have you found yourself trying to hide your joy because you're unhappy with your teeth? Your smile is the first feature noticed in an interview, on a date, or in family photos. We want you to be able to shine bright as your best self, and our teeth whitening system is the perfect step toward restoring your confidence.
Welcome back to the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway. While Josh Slate completes a trip to the fridge and grabs a nice cold cup of milk, mood juice, if you will, Spencer Ray, Scott Litz Rambler, and Nate Stewart are alongside for comment after this one. And Justin Erb, I'd imagine Spencer Ray is going to be his usual self, short on words, but certainly high on emotions.
All right. Spencer, Justin up in the booth here. So, what happened, man?
Didn't get it.
Yeah, it was a heck of a thing to watch, though, between you two. You just want to walk me through the last few laps there after that restart?
Just making sure I stayed on the bottom. Thought I had him.
Hey, well, when you're restarting like that and you get out in front coming off of turn 4 on that final lap, I know it can be a tough situation for you, but I mean, nothing to really hang your head on, man. Fantastic race, always staying around up front. So overall, how do you think the race went for you?
Compared to how the rest of the season has gone for me, it went pretty good, but this one hurt.
Hey, all the more motivation for next time, yeah?
I guess.
Well, Spencer Ray, always a man of few words here, and 17 laps led, certainly a good effort. We'll let him kind of work on down to the evening. We know he's always a man of few words, but did really well tonight out here, Zach, and just a little ways ahead of Scottless Rambler on that last restart. Car 57 just couldn't really go anywhere.
Scott, this is Zach up here in the booth. Man, you were close, but not close enough. Walk us through those last couple of laps there. What was going through your head with those two battling up there? Did you think you might be able to have a shot at the win?
No, absolutely not.
Well, at least you're honest about it.
Yeah. Coming to that first restart that we had there at the end, I came to the realization that I had some sort of damage that was severely killing my straightaway speed. So unless I was able to be right up against the rear wing of the car ahead of me, I wasn't going to have any pulling power down the straightaways, and the chances of me actually passing someone on raw speed was damn near impossible. Ended up going back and looking for it. I've got a little bit of right front wing damage and just the slightest offset on the right side floor, and that basically parachuted me there at the end. That's why there was such a huge gap between second and third. But watching those guys duke it out, that was freaking awesome. That was that was an absolute thing of beauty, the move that Josh pulled right there at the end.
Sure, the one thing going through your mind was, oh my goodness, please just wreck. I might have a shot at this.
Actually, no, because with my luck in this race, if the people wreck in front of me coming to the final lap, I get caught up in it. That just happens with me, and it's happened here to me before in the Nork race last year, and I just seem to get caught up in other people's messes. So I was just saying, if I can't catch you, at least keep it clean, or if you're gonna wreck, like, do it down the back straight and stay in the grass or something along those lines, because I didn't want to have to drive through anything if I didn't have to.
Definitely understandable. Well, you ended up finishing pretty well tonight. Just kind of walk us through a little bit what the strategy mindset was for the majority of the race. A lot of guys had really differing strategies, and I just kind of want to get your insight on what your perspective was for the layout of this race.
My biggest thought was trying to get off strategy from what these guys were doing, trying to set up to where I'd be in the pit box somewhere around lap 110, somewhere around there, and we just kept getting caution after caution after caution. I made the poor choice of staying out and not getting fuel when I could have hit that number, and it put me so far out of the cycle. I was falling out of the top 15 at one point in the middle of the cycle and was quite a ways away from the leaders, so I was a lap down, I think, at 2 points tonight. So it was really super sketchy until I caught a couple lucky cautions, was able to drive up through the field and put myself in a good position after Rick and those guys wrecked each other. So that basically saved my bacon and put me in a position to be where I am.
You still ended the day third place. That's really nothing to complain about. It may be the bottom step of the podium, but is there anybody you want to thank or shout out for your run today in Indianapolis?
Absolutely. Want to thank Zach Buchanan for putting everything on with IORL. Want to thank the admins that were in there with us tonight. Want to thank you guys for broadcasting and I cannot talk. And everybody that came out to watch tonight. It was a lot of fun behind the wheel. Definitely got pretty hairy there quite a few times, but definitely made it for an interesting finish. That was great to watch.
Well, thank you for joining us up in the booth, and congratulations on your third place finish today.
All right, thank you.
Finishing a little ways down the order behind Scottless Rambler, in fact, in the 9th position, is somebody that we talked about maybe a little less than I had expected, considering he started from pole, and I'm sure had one heck of a stream going the entire day. Nate, I know it was a rough one out there. Started from pole, obviously got sort of back relatively quickly, just part of it when you're racing at Indianapolis for 500 miles. Then, with a couple of laps to go, well, actually, I guess before that last caution, what happened out of turn 2?
It's fun. I'm a stock car guy. I don't know how to drive these open wheel cars. I'm on a Jimmy Johnson career arc right now, just without the championships.
I know you say you're a stock car guy, you don't know how to run these things, but I would argue that you do. You've got a couple of wins this season. You're always good on these speedways. What could you have done differently, maybe, or what are you looking back at as maybe this could have gone the other way that could have put you in a better position for the end of this race?
I mean, I had to reset the game early on because I was having internet issues. Had to switch off my normal internet to my hotspot just to be able to race competently, and then that put me back, and I was just marred in traffic from then on. After that, I was in fuel saving mode, and then probably had a shot at it due to fuel strategy, because no matter what I'm in, if it's official 500, this, FTF, whatever I'm in, I typically find myself in fuel mileage situations, and I would have been good to go with one more stop. Probably would have been me against Grant, but unfortunately we just had a back marker spin, and that just kind of put me in a bad spot. There was no way I was going to be able to pass 3 cars. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I know it's not where you would have wanted to finish, especially after starting on pole for the biggest race of the season, but this wraps up the Spring Cup. You're in a good spot in points for the overall championship with a couple of wins on your belts as well. How do you come back after a summer break and attack these next races? I believe Iowa brings us back in the fall. It's a bit different of a speedway, but it's still a speedway, so you should still be a front runner.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an old guy, so if I decide to run the back half of the season, I have a feeling I can go contend for the overall championship. I like Iowa quite a bit, no matter what car we're in. It's been a while since I've ran the IndyCar at Iowa, but it's a lot of fun from what I can remember. So I think as long as I can qualify up front and stay up front, I should be in the battle for the win at Iowa and really any other oval track that we go to.
And on a different token entirely, I know you always go for Road to Pro. You've done so for the last few years. Trey Patton, in fact, that was in this race was your spotter. Corey Rexford, who was in this race, was your crew chief. How did things go this season? I know you're not entirely positive about it, but at least tell us about how it went and where people can follow your trek through iRacing.
Well, unfortunately, we're eliminated for making round 2 this season. It sucks, but it is what it is. Just overall, not the greatest season from my end. Qualifying has been rough for me all season. We've had a bit of change in membership at the team and new builders and stuff, and it's just been a trek to get adjusted to how those setups drive. Had a few decent runs, and going into the last race at Kansas, I was only 10 points out of the cut, but got wrecked due to something out of my control, which was the story of my season. So we're too far back out now to make a run at round 2. So I don't know. I mean, I guess in a way it's good because I get an extra day of vacation now. I get to drive down to Charlotte next Tuesday next Thursday instead of having to scurry down next Friday and hopefully get in before the truck race. But I don't know. We'll just go for it next season if I feel like it, and we'll just go from there.
I think there's a lot of positives still, whether it's in IORL or in Road to Pro, and I know regardless of where you finish in IORL, I think next year certainly there's a lot to build on, a lot to take from this year in 2022, and a lot to put towards 2023, and I know we're going to see number 4 rise up the ranks. Buddy, congratulations on a couple laps led tonight and just keeping things in the fold as a whole, especially coming back from some internet connection issues, still finishing in the top 10 and collecting a healthy share of points. We'll talk to you next time, and just keep after it in that Apex action number 4.
And forward, thank you.
Nate Stewart, I know a bit of dejection, and I definitely want to thank him for hanging around this long after the race was over. But it's good to talk to Nate, good to touch base a little bit and just kind of see how things are going for Nate Stewart as a whole out of Kentucky. But let's check out this finish again one more time, guys. Let's actually go back a little bit and back this up just a little bit more to the restart, and we'll watch from there. This is one we'll have to watch back a few times, I feel like. So this is on the front stretch. Coming to the restart here, Justin and Zach. And Josh Slate, I thought in this position was a sitting duck.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of had the feeling that it was just going to be a slugfest from the offset, because Josh really didn't get the jump he ultimately needed to be out front enough to keep Ray behind him going into turn 3. So it's definitely something to see when you have a pass that early into a green-white checker.
And I think at this point, Zach, you're going to be thinking if you Josh Slate, you're in the perfect spot, and ultimately he was, but you're going to see them switch again to where Spencer Ray is back behind on the backstretch. I would have thought if you were Ray, you'd sit behind Slate the entirety of this restart. You'd just wait for your moment out of 3 and 4, back yourself up on the white flag.
Well, you really never know where your moment can come. I mean, you could try to sit back there on the backstretch and make a move going to 3, but at the same time, you could mess up that move and get caught in the dirty air and then lose all the momentum that you had from the get-go. So in reality, I really do think that Josh Slate made the right move when he needed to actually get that run, because if he wasn't on the outside going into turn 4, then he would have never set himself up to have the run coming off. It all just played out in his favor.
Let's watch this onboard from Josh Slate one more time and kind of go through whatever he went through here in 3 and 4. And Spencer Ray goes by, at least for the most part, gets the advantage big time through turn 3, has the advantage through 4, but Slate's able to hop in behind him. And whenever you have a draft out of turn 4 Indy, you're going to do big things, at least. Whether or not it's for the win, that's to be determined. But in this case, it works out for Josh Slate, just beating Spencer back to the line. I really just think Spencer moved a little too early. Made the move a little too early. Got out there at just the wrong time almost to win this race. He was looking so good as well, Justin, in 3 and 4 right here. Looked like he was going to have this opportunity work out for him. I think maybe if he had broken the draft out of 4, maybe things went differently.
Well, I think he did the best he actually could. At least coming out of turn 4, I feel like he could have swerved a little bit more before Slate got to him, but it's all in the heat of the moment. Your mind is just focused on getting to that yard of bricks there. So Ray, I feel like, did what he needed to do, and it just happened that Slate got what he needed to come on top out of that situation.
If I may interject, this is probably going to sound a little heartless of me, but I don't think Ray did everything he could have. One of the things that I thought he could have done was not make the move to get to the inside of the racetrack as soon as he did, because one of the reasons Josh Slate was able to close in was he got that car straighter off the corner sooner than Ray did. If Ray would have kept his car straight coming off of 4 for just a little bit longer, it would have probably delayed the run a little bit, and ultimately it could have gotten him the win.
That's the margin of victory.
That is incredibly close. You got to think, getting it straighter a little bit sooner, maybe it might have helped him a little bit more.
If I may rebuke, if Ray would have done what you have said, it would have given Slate the toe earlier.
It's one of those 6 to 1/2 dozen the other moments. We'll watch this one more time as our leaders come across the line. I mean, that is just so close. It's so tough to say. When it's that close of a margin, it's so tough to say that Spencer did anything wrong necessarily. He could have just done things differently. I really think out of turn 4, all he had to do was go high out of the corner and break the draft, swerve a little bit. We saw them do it through the green flag runs the entire race. Even one lap into a run, guys were swerving it, and it's called the Ravon snake for a reason. Rick Ravon was doing it aggressively the entire race. Anytime he was out front, he would move around, get out of the try and get the other cars behind him out of the draft, break that draft. And I really think out of turn 4, if Spencer does that, he might win this race. Let's watch it one more time. Back it up to what I'm talking about here, and I really think, guys, if Spencer breaks this draft, he's got the win.
Yeah, but it goes back to what I was saying as well. It's all heat of the moment. You don't have the time to think about any of that stuff. It's just go and it's the line. So that's why I was saying that he did everything he could in the spur of the moment.
If anything, he could have snaked a little bit on the front stretch as well. Like when
that's what I'm talking about.
When Josh Slate pulled down
yeah.
right off of 4, he could have just came right back up high like Andrew was talking about. Could have broken the toe a little bit. That honestly might help his chances a little bit better. Whatever you can do to keep Josh Slate out of your toe. It probably would have won you that race a little bit better, than 8/1000ths of a second.
Either way,
as the good saying goes, the hindsight is 20/20.
Yep,
true.
Either way, it put us together one of the best finishes we've ever seen in IORL competition, and I certainly don't want anything changed. I think for the heartstrings, I would have loved to have seen Spencer win this race. He deserves it at this point. The races he's run and the bad luck he's had, he deserves one of these races one of these days, especially here in Indianapolis. But as far as a sheer entertainment factor, love what we saw. Every bit of what we saw. We had so much drama to go through. Even on our own side, from the production truck, we had so much to go through this race, and we never had, I think, a dull moment. There were times where we had to sit back and really think and kind of figure out what these drivers were doing, but I don't think there was ever a properly dull moment in this race. A fantastic race, once again, from the IORL, International Online Racing League. The spring schedule, the Spring Cup, wraps up here in Indianapolis, and Josh Slate is the driver going to victory lane. I dare say, with 5th place, Reed Sweeney absolutely captures this Spring Cup, the first half of the championship, and will earn himself a mini championship, if you will, and be able to go after it for the fall as well. So we'll have 2 point standings to watch after once we come back in the fall, I believe, with Iowa sometime in, I want to say, August. So plenty of time off, plenty of time for these guys to think about things, stew on things, and set up for later in the year. And with all that said, guys, final thoughts here from Indianapolis and each of your guys' first time covering IORL.
For me, this is just my first time broadcasting ever. So to have this kind of opportunity, I can't thank you guys at Pit Stop TV enough for allowing me to pop in here. For IORL, they put on a fantastic race tonight. I feel like they left nothing on the table. Everyone was battling hard. Everyone was full of emotion. I could just tell. And just flag to flag, yeah, we had a lot of cautions, but that's just how racing is. And it's Indianapolis. What else does anyone expect? So overall, brilliant race. I had a fun time in the booth with you guys. Heck of a time. I cannot ask for a better opportunity. Overall, brilliant experience.
For me, honestly, that was probably one of the best races I've ever had the chance to be a part of. Taking some experience that I had from running the iRacing Indy 500 last week, bringing it over to here, just being able to kind of call an oval race for once. It's just a nice feeling, something you can relate to, something you find a little bit of experience in, to just bring a little more pizzazz, if you know what I mean.
Well, with things wrapping up here in Indianapolis, I do want to go through the remaining schedule this season for the International Online Racing League. I was a little mistaken. It's not Iowa when we come back. It's actually Detroit, on the streets of Detroit, Michigan, on August 10th, when we come back from a long summer break all the way through, all of June, all of July, and the first week of August. August 10th, the Grand Prix of Detroit for the IORL IndyCar Series, 53 laps there. Then 213 laps for a 300-kilometer race at Iowa Speedway on August 17th, followed up by the Grand Prix of Ohio at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, 55 laps on August 24th. Then it's a week off before Road America, Gateway, and Pocono. Another week off on September 28th before we wrap things up with Watkins Glen, Laguna Seca, and Auto Club Speedway all the way down in October of 2022. So a lot of time before we wrapped up this season, a lot of time for these guys to put themselves in positions throughout this entire field and figure out who in the heck is going to win this championship overall. That said, we thank you so much for joining us this evening on Pit Stop TV. It was a fun one through and through. Nothing I would change about this race, aside from maybe us holding connection for the entirety of it, as opposed to having whatever Spectrum had. And again, apologies there. Hopefully you guys stuck with us, and those of you that did, we certainly do appreciate it. That does wrap things up. Once again, from Indianapolis, a big thank you to those joining me on the broadcast today. Justin Erb, first time ever, and crushed it, considering first time ever, certainly. Zach Burtis, one of the first times on commentary for him as well. Both late additions. We had some stuff happen, and we wish them the best of the luck as for whatever happened, and certainly thank Justin Erb, Zach Murtis, and Parker Bland, a late sub-in on social media as well, for committing to this event and making things happen with us. It seriously would not have been possible without you three, and we really do appreciate it here at Pit Stop TV. We wrap up round number 9 of the season, and of course the biggest race of the year for the International Online Racing League. Again, it's Josh Slate going to victory lane. It's the rest of us going to bed here in a few moments as we're nearing midnight on the East Coast. Once again, thanks for tuning in. That will do it from Indianapolis. By all means, I'm cutting something out, actually. We got to come back in. I knew there was something I thought I was missing. Let's go ahead and get back into the sim. Hang on. Pump the brakes, Andrew. Upcoming broadcast here at the channel. That's what I was forgetting. Tomorrow afternoon, we've got BSRTC at Daytona on the road course with touring cars. Sunday evening, we'll see both Justin Erb and Parker Bland back on track in IndyCars, oddly enough, for the MPI All-Star race before Tuesday. We're right back into a new week with BSR MX-5, and they crown some MX-5 champions at Sebring. And Justin, there's plenty of places to watch and follow along with Pit Stop TV.
Yeah, of course. You got us on Facebook at facebook.com/pitstoptv. You also got Instagram at pit_stop_TV, Twitter at twitter.com/pitstoptv_, and then youtube.com, searching up Pitstop1 in your search bar.
And of course, Twitch and Instagram share the same username, so you can find us either way there. We broadcast to Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. We post social media updates like Parker Bland did all day today to Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And certainly hope to have all of you guys back for future shows. You guys all crushed it, especially given the circumstances. A+ across the board. We appreciate everybody tuning in. A+ all of you guys as well for watching along and enjoying another race today. It was fantastic stuff from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Now we can go ahead and put up the B-roll and sound all solemn that we have to get off of the air and head off to bed. But once again, thank you everybody for tuning in. We will see you again Thursday afternoon, so in, 15 hours for BSRTC coverage from Daytona. Until then, have a great night, and we will see you there.